Now you are. Welcome to your first live chat.
Yeah, no kidding. A lot of hoops to jump through there. Everybody out in the external, check your inboxes for YouTube and see if you've got a link in here.
Just copy the link and then put it in the description, and then it'll be easier for people.
Where do I go to find that link?
You go where you add people,
Okay.
and then there'll be
Everybody out in the external. There it is.
That's me.
Inboxes for YouTube and see if you've got a link.
Damn rookie I am. Yeah, so you can go to that plus and then just copy that, what the link is above it, where you would put the people.
Yep.
And then post it in the comments there. There it is.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
There you go. Do it again without that. Oh, no, that'll work, actually. This is history in the making right here.
No kidding. I've got to teach Julia. She's got a push-to-talk mic, and I've got to teach her to tap me on the shoulder when she's going to push her mic to talk. Otherwise, you're going to hear me talking at the same time that she's talking. You got to learn how to use that mute button.
Sounded like you guys went shopping yesterday, or today.
Oh yeah, a little bit. Not nearly as a little bit of shopping today. We still got the monthly shopping to do tomorrow, the next day.
What are you gonna get?
Oh, groceries, booze, smokes.
No, I was talking about the microphones and stuff.
Oh, the mics. Yeah. I'm wanting to get a push-to-talk mic for me because I'm using an old Logitech webcam, and the only way to mute it is you have to actually click on the window and mute it that way. I'd rather have a mic that I can just hit the button on. She's got one. It's old. Oh, how old is that, honey? About 5, 6 years old. I want to get a really good modulated mic, but I'm going to have to save up for that. Maybe if I get enough money for Christmas, I can buy one of those. And we need a GoPro. We really need a GoPro.
Is it showing live still? Yeah, it said an error. Please try again. Let me see.
Reload it.
There we go. All right. So let's hear your newest intro. Let's hear your first time in the world intro here.
You want the radio voice? Or you want Alvin or? Okay, this is the first live ever Julia and Greg show. I'm really happy all you guys showed up and were patient enough for me to figure this out. Maybe, just maybe it might become a weekly thing if I can find a slot where I'm not stepping on anybody else's toes.
Yeah, that's the hardest part.
But I will definitely be doing some after chats after this since Rick was so nice to help me out and show me how to do this.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Luke Banner helped me out for the first time, so I figured I could pay it forward again.
Well, you'd think I'd be able to figure this all out. I worked for IBM for 8 years, been in the tech field for almost 20, but YouTube's a little bit past my expertise level. You know, when I came on the scene, the screens were all one color, green or amber, on computer screens, no color, no live chats, no live videos, nothing like that. So I'm doing pretty good for an old guy.
Yeah, you are. That's awesome. We got hunting season, prepping. Hey, there's Gear Grinder.
Now, if you want to talk hunting, you need to talk to my wife, Julia. She knows a lot more about hunting than I ever learned.
Oh,
she can tell you how to hunt alligator from the perspective of being bait. I'll let her explain that comment. Hey, Gear. Welcome aboard, man.
Have a good one.
Okay, with the alligator hunting, we used to go down to Louisiana to visit friends of ours down there, and I was very young at the time, and my dad would take me out in the canoe with him, and basically they would shine the flashlight along, and then they would throw me out into the river or the swamp actually, and have me splash around, and then my dad would haul me back inside the boat, and the alligators would come, and his friend would shoot the alligator with a spear gun. So I was bait, but I got a Coke, ice cold Coke, and a moon pie every time I got an alligator to come out of, off the shore in the middle of the night.
Yes. Basically, what she's saying is her dad took her out in a canoe, tied a rope to her waist, threw her in the water, told her to splash around, and when he'd see an alligator come off the shore to come eat her, he'd drag her back in the boat and kill the alligator. And for all that trouble, she got a moon pie and a Coke, and they got an alligator. Now, this is long before hunting alligator was legal.
Well, a moon pie and a Coke's worth it, I bet. I had one yesterday. That's crazy. If you can see them on land, why didn't you just get them from land?
I'm going to let her answer that one.
The reason was because it was a longer shot, so you had to get them into the water coming towards the boat that we were in. So I just remember, being thrown off the boat. I was like 5 years old, and you're thrown off the boat and you splash around a bunch, and that's what you do.
Wow. I'll have to try that with my son.
Of course, that was like, 40 years ago.
It should still work.
Well, now it's legal.
Got it. What's up, Gear? Talk to us, so mighty one.
Y'all having a good
Yeah.
We're
Sure
getting her
buddy.
done, brother. We're getting her done.
Gator soup is outlawed. What is your channel name exactly, Tyler?
The thing with gator is that you have to cook it the right way. Otherwise, it just tastes like crap.
I haven't had it. Actually, I have had it at Bass Pro Shop. Wasn't that good though?
Yeah, it's very stringy, so you have to cook it the right way. Otherwise, it just tastes like poo.
Black bears versus gorillas. What do you do when you see one? I think that will play dead.
Okay, we're going to try something here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to turn my mic off and just talk through Julia's. That way she doesn't have to keep clicking the button and I don't have to keep muting myself.
There you go. That's a better way to do it.
Because her mic picks up the whole room.
Yeah, it works well.
So Tyler's giving me a hard time here about not making him a mod. Can you have more than one mod on a channel?
I have no idea.
Because I keep trying to add him, and it just won't do it.
You can make. I don't even know what the mod's for. I thought it was
Basically,
so I could. I can't add people, so.
basically, it just gives you a little more power than a regular person in the external chat. You can block people, kick them off, things like that. Rick, you're a mod right now.
Got it.
Not really sure what you can or can't do with that.
Huh.
Yeah, Fuzzy. Fuzzy, gator cooked wrong is just the nastiest thing you've ever tasted in your life. But if it's cooked right, it's awesome.
Both of your mics are on. If you didn't know.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, for some reason it unmuted mine.
You can turn it down too.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see.
I don't know how to.
I think you can go to this. You're in a moderated video calls, dude.
Hmm.
I have no deal. I didn't hear an echo either.
Okay, I'm having to walk her through adjusting her mic volume. Give me a second.
10-4.
When I type my name, it lights up.
All right, you guys talk about anything you want to. I'll be back in a minute.
Alright. So what's going on, Gary? You got a new video coming out?
Not really. Most of my videos, whenever I decide to make them, is like the day before I put them up.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm kind of the same way. We're gonna have quite a few days off, so I'm gonna try to get a few videos out. We're gonna do some fishing down off the French Broad River on kayaks, so maybe make a video on that. Should be fun. Should be pretty cool.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I have a list of videos that I'd like to do, but I don't do them in any certain order.
Yeah, I hear you. I think one of the last ones I saw was the water balloon one where your kids are lighting you up. I think it was water balloons. Wasn't it water balloons?
Yeah, that's been 2 months ago.
Yeah. Have you made any new ones since?
Made a few more dumber ones than that.
That makes it fun, though. I think Julia and Greg both have their speakers on.
No, our speakers are on. It's the mic that we're trying to adjust so that we can use one mic.
I know, but you have two computers going. I think one of the speakers needs to be turned off.
There's no speakers. We both have headphones on. It's the two microphones. I have to mute mine, and we have to adjust the volume level down on hers so it doesn't sound like we're shouting.
Got it.
It didn't sound too bad on her mic whenever you were talking.
Yeah, it was clear.
Okay, is this any better?
Yeah, civil war erupts in Sweden as irate Swedes burn 9 Muslim refugee centers to the ground. Sweet.
Okay, you guys can hear her fine. Am I sounding like I'm shouting at you?
No, it's perfect.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Teaching an old dog a lot of new tricks tonight.
Let's see here. Well, you got topics here. You got prepping, hunting season, which I just moved, so I don't know shit about the hunting season yet. Black bears versus grizzlies, and what to do when you see them. And what else? Gator soup. You gotta talk there, Greg. You're not the side component anymore. This is your channel.
Yeah, I get that. What to do when you see a black bear? I really don't know. I haven't lived in the South for many years. I would say if you don't have a gun, stand very still. Don't climb a tree. They'll climb right up behind you.
And don't play dead.
Yeah, don't play dead.
Actually, black bears are more afraid of you than you are of them. Grizzlies are more aggressive, and we have both out here. We have brown bears, black bears, and grizzlies, but you have to be more careful when it comes to a grizzly.
Yeah. I don't know. I got black bears in my house. They aren't very scared of you. Not that they're aggressive either, but like the ones that are eating my trash and I go out there and say, get the fuck out of here, they just kind of look at you. Yeah, you want to be big, you want to make a lot of noise. Throw firecrackers at them. That's what I do.
Or if you have dogs, I've had my dogs run them off before. We had one that was getting into our garbage, and it was a male that had not gone into hibernation. And it kept raiding our garbage, and the dogs were the ones who kept running it off.
Huh. That's good.
And Stuart says yell at them. You make yourself really big and yell at them. But sometimes that'll scare them off.
Yeah, if you're hiking where there's bear, you want to be loud. You want them to. You don't want them to know that. You want them to know you're around.
Exactly.
The biggest problem is the fact that we have so many people, especially in this area, who come up here and go camping, and they leave their garbage everywhere. And they don't clean up their campsites. So it leaves food remnants all over the place. And then you have the bears coming in because it's easy access to food.
Yeah. Yeah, it's lazy food. They don't have to go work for it.
Yep. Now the other question people are talking about out in the external is all the refugees coming over and what to do about it or what you think we should do about it. That's a big question. Do I believe that every refugee coming across the border is a terrorist?
Yep.
No, I don't. Do I believe that some of them are? Yeah. Not all of them.
No, there's a couple that aren't.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 that aren't.
Yeah. I don't know if that 7,000's right, the missing, gone missing one. I saw something that said 700. It could be 7,000 now, but 700 had gone missing. Just vanished from Earth.
I think the biggest problem with what's going on there is the fact that most of these people have no idea what the hell is going on. And they're scared. They don't know what to do. And, they're just looking for a solution. But a lot of them are just average people who are just trying to survive. They want to take care of their family, but they don't know how because they're coming from a bad situation, and the situation that they're in is extremely bad. So it affects them, their children, everybody. Do I think
Well,
they should be allowed here in the U.S.? Not really.
I say no. Do it right. Go through the paperwork. Do it right.
I'm
I
kind of
mean,
with you on that, Rick. If you
we
want
already
to
got
come
enough
into the
fucking
U.S.,
people.
do it legally.
Yeah.
Do I
Everybody
think
else
our
did.
borders need to be shut down? Yeah, right now, in this day and age, I do.
Yeah, for sure.
Is there a good way to do that? If you go with Trump's plan, he's going to build a wall all the way across the border, but he's going to make Mexico pay for it and build it. That's kind of like putting the bank robbers in charge of the bank vault.
The hidden door number 6, hidden door number 15.
Yeah, I think, seriously, you're bringing all the troops back, not all of them, but most of the troops back from the Middle East, station them on the border.
Well, how about just have the Border Patrol let them do their fucking job?
Yeah, give them the money and the support and the vehicles and everything that they need to do it. Right now, they're spread so thin, they can't even see each other.
Well, I grew up on basically the border. I'm only a half hour away. And I mean, there's a lot of people they come across that are good. They just basically want to work hard and send the money back to their families, which I understand. But then there's a shit ton of douchebags that are running around hurting people, basically get in trouble, get sent back, with a smack on the wrist, raping, killing, murdering.
Yeah.
But
Fuzz, it's not about following the real story. It's more about um, the people, because what's put out there is not really what it's about. It has to do more with the media than it does with anything else. I mean, the media portrays everybody in a bad light. But a lot of these people who are refugees, they're families, and they just want to get the hell out of a bad situation and not have to deal with it. And then you
yeah,
have then
but
you
then
have the bad ones who are coming along, who are terrorists, who, for whatever reason, are coming in saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm a refugee," that kind of thing. So they're fucking everything up. Sorry for my language, but they are.
they have been for a long time.
Yeah, so you're gonna get the good with the bad. But the thing
Well,
is,
the problem
how
is
do you
these
tell?
the refugees are wanting Syrian law, or however the hell you say it. They're basically coming to a different country to try to push their thoughts and then try to change the world when it's like, if everything's so awesome over there, then stay the hell over there.
Yeah, I actually saw a video where they were making uh, they were making these refugees speak on camera, and they were talking about how bad the situation was over in the Middle East. They were talking about how bad the situation was where they came from, and then they were talking about how bad the situation was where they were at. And you know what? You're fed, you're sheltered, you're clothed. What the hell else do you want? And they're talking about, oh, we don't have internet. Oh, we don't have this. We don't have that. Who gives a damn?
Yeah, the whole thing's bullshit anyways.
Pretty much.
I don't agree with any of it. They show all that stuff just to make us feel bad. So we'll say, oh yeah, come over here, we want to help you. I said a hell with all of them.
At this point in time, the country can't even help our own citizens.
We got veterans that are fucking laying in underneath overpasses, living out in the river bottoms. It's
I
bullshit.
say shut the borders down. Everybody's worried about the Mexican border. I say shut the Canadian border down too.
Yeah. Well, if Border Patrol was allowed to do their job, they're basically trying to do their job handcuffed because the Obama administration, you know, they have to basically let these guys come across. They get a driver's license, they vote, they do all the shit. They don't have to have insurance, don't have to have all the same shit we do. It's a bunch of crap.
Yeah. But what's the solution?
Close the border. Close the border, and if I don't know if I'd say a Muslim, but if you believe in the Quran, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I agree. But how are you going to implement that? How are you going to pay for it? Everybody wants the border shut down.
We're
They don't have a solution.
busting them in right
How to
now.
do it.
But we're busting them in right now. We can bust them out. The border, we could use our military.
Yeah, we're busting them out right now, and they just come right back across.
Yeah, but we're not busting them out. We were busting them into Marietta, California. Busting a whole bunch of them. Not Muslims, but Mexicans. Which I don't have a problem with Mexicans. I just have a problem with the ones that are all in the gangs and all that other stuff, and they're just raising havoc. They're basically used to create chaos, make money selling drugs.
And if they get caught, they get bussed across the border, and in a week, they're right back in L.A., in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas.
Then what do? But at the same time, you still have a lot of these people who just want to live a better life.
Yeah, but so do the veterans that are sleeping out in the grass and underneath the overpasses. They want a better life too.
Yeah, exactly.
But what are we doing for them? We're not doing shit for them, so why should we help them before we can help our own?
We have a guy here in Spokane, where we live, who's a veteran, and he's suffering from PTSD, which is a huge issue. He's also handicapped, and you know what they're doing for him? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he's lucky if he gets to be seen by the VA hospital.
As it goes right now, if you're a veteran and you're suffering from PTSD and you go into the vet center and ask for help, the first thing they do is take away all your guns.
Yep, that's the reason why they're not getting seen.
That's why they don't go.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
That's why I don't go.
We need to get Mindy Patriot Angel in here.
Yes, we do.
She's got some smart head on her shoulders that the other guys don't, but she's very talkative in the channel there. And
No,
Fuzzy, he doesn't have a camera.
I remember
Yes,
when my dad came back from Korea, he suffered from PTSD. And basically, we're talking about Korea. That was before they even knew what it was. And
Yep.
he would wake up with nightmares all the time.
We had a guy at the fire station that he would jump on the floor in the middle of the night when he was sleeping. And he was jumping on a hand grenade, basically trying to save his troop.
Yeah,
He used to freak the guys out. He'd yell, "Grenade!" You gotta remember you're all dead asleep in the same room, right? Grenade! And then this guy would come bailing off his bed and jump on the floor.
but people don't want to talk about that kind of thing.
Nope. True. Minnie brought up a good point, though. Let's see if I can find it. Basically, next year we'll have 200,000 of those shit bags. I'm such an easygoing guy when it comes to that stuff. It really upsets me. I do apologize.
Oh, there's no apology necessary. Anybody can talk about anything they want to on my channel.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm not going after a race. I'm going after a bunch of people that want to kill Americans is all I mean.
Yep, totally agree. I had a huge problem in the 90s when I came back from the first Gulf War. I didn't like anybody that looked like they were Middle Eastern at all.
Yeah.
He got over that.
Well, sort of.
Well, it's my wife's grandfather was the same way. See, Black Bear.
I try really hard to judge people on their character, not what they look like, what their religion is, and what their sexual preference is. If I'm going to get really, really mad at you, it's because of something you did personally to me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No. I understand what you're saying.
That being said, stereotypes are there for a reason.
Well, if you want to look like somebody and act like somebody and pretend you're somebody, then more than likely you're trying to be somebody.
Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck.
Hello, it's Greg's phone. How can I help you? Gear. What up, buddy?
Ain't much.
That was a cool mask you had yesterday.
My hockey mask?
No. It was a clown mask. Scary clown mask. Wasn't that you?
Oh,
No? Yeah?
wait,
Jammy
what are you talking about?
Didn't you jump on Jammy Town and have a mask on?
No, that was Stump.
Oh, was it Stump?
Yeah,
I think a clown. I just see you, and I think of you, buddy. Sorry.
I don't get invited to.
My fault.
could probably put a mask on just like that, but I ain't for sure where it is.
Got it. I know, I've seen you put some on before. Maybe it was a Halloween before, too.
Everybody out there having a good one.
Yeah, Mindy brings up a good point. If you're going to practice the Quran, then you're basically saying that everybody else needs to be killed. That wasn't my fault. Line 2.5. Notice how Julia and Greg are quiet now? I got a joke for you. What do you call it? What do you call it when a guy talks dirty to a girl? It's called sexual harassment. What do you call it when a girl talks dirty to a guy? $3.99 a minute.
That ain't about far off. 5 minutes will cost you about $35.
Yeah. You gotta be quick.
Not saying I have experience in that or anything, but
But you've read on the internet, right?
yeah.
I figured so. Let's see. Sounds like you're starting a helicopter up. Your design said, "What are you witnessing with the refugees status in Europe? Test ground over here for here." I think you're exactly right. And all those people in Europe are running around looking for firearms right now. It's the last thing I saw on it. And they can't get enough of them, and most of them are women because they don't want all those little goat humpers trying to rape them.
Yeah, but they've already been brainwashed into their way of life and belief.
Yeah, since they're tiny little kids. Greg, you're falling behind here, buddy. This is your chat.
Looks like they're riding the washing machine from what I read.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, the daughter-in-law has work tomorrow, and so she has to have her uniforms cleaned. So she's out doing laundry. And we're sitting in the laundry room.
Our office
Tom, I'm the moderator somehow.
is in the laundry room.
Hey, whatever works. Multitasking.
No kidding.
So sorry for the background noise.
That's right. You just have to sing now.
Mr. Tommy Boy, Halloween is over. But this is how I dress every day.
How many sluts? How it takes to change a light bulb. Doesn't matter if I'll blow it. I like it.
See, Tyler? That's why you're not going to get to be a mod.
Poor Tyler.
I love you, brother.
All I got's a little wrench anyways. I don't even think I can do much. Unless you jump on here, then I'm going to kick you off, because then I can do that. Just kidding.
I think about all a mod can do is mute people out there in the external.
Oh, I was just joking with him.
You got 10 watching, so that's cool.
And then also earlier I said I think it has to be mods Or I think people have to be in the hangout to be moderators. I don't know
Yeah,
for sure, but
that makes sense because I tried to make Tyler a mod and it wouldn't let me because he's not in the Hangout. And by the way, guys, anybody that wants to be, sorry, Julie just turned the mic off. Anybody that wants to be on the live side, the link's out there. Scroll up, click on it, and join in.
Pause. There we go.
Mr. Tommy said, which theater is the guy the mask going to next? What makes you think I like theaters?
He likes potatoes.
I'll be at the next beer store.
Takes the wrench from 6 and rides off. That's awesome, 2.5. He can have it. This is the wrong size anyways.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, this is a good dry run for you guys.
Yeah, not bad. Just got to figure out the laundry schedule.
Yeah, the daughter-in-law is a security guard, and her schedule changes all the time, so it's kind of a big issue when she does her laundry. But her and my son live with us, so
How old are they?
the oldest son is 33, and his wife is 25, I think.
Good for him.
We're the postmodern atomic family. You know how it used to be 100 years ago? The whole family stayed together, paid the bills, took care of the home place.
Yep.
And after that, the kids moved out when they were 18. That doesn't work in this economy anymore. It's going back to the old way. Nobody can afford to live anymore without more than one or two incomes.
Yeah, it's definitely hard nowadays for sure.
I know right now we have our youngest daughter is autistic, so she lives with us, and we have my mother who's 70, and she needs to be taken care of 24/7. And my son moved in with us to help when Greg got sick, and then him and his girlfriend got married and moved. You know, they were both here. So we have 6 people living here, and you take care of each other. You know, you each do your cooking, your cleaning, you pay the bills, and you don't have as much expense going out the door for rent, for utilities, all that kind of stuff. So it's better to live together than it is to live apart.
It's definitely a good way to save up money, you know. That's if you guys can all get along together.
Get along?
Our biggest problem is my son and Greg are both what you'd call an alpha male. They butt heads all the time.
Your son's only allowed to be the alpha male if he moves out.
Exactly.
Oh no.
No, he's right. My house, my rules.
That's right.
He
He
thinks
got 2 feet. He can walk his ass out somewhere else and go be an alpha male.
he could, but the problem is he loves his mama's cooking.
Oh, jeez. Well, start burning some meals then.
All right, I'm shoving a foot in my mouth right now to keep from saying something that's going to get me in more trouble than I can get out of.
Yep. Yep, it ain't worth it in the end. Not worth it. All right, well, you guys are going to have to run this chat here in a minute because I'm going to get ready for my big
Okay.
flight tomorrow.
Oh, take care, Rick.
You guys have a good one.
Rick, I feel for you. The
You have a
last
good
major job I had, I was in the air more than I was on the ground.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's only once a month, really. Sometimes twice a month. But it works out. And my wife gets sick of me, so it's like, isn't it time for you to go to work yet?
Julie wishes I worked outside of the house. We've been together for 17 years, and I mean together 24/7. We've lived together more than most couples that have been married 50 or 60 years.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it makes it nice when you go away and then come back.
I'm going to go down and take some classes from Matt in Arizona and just leave her here, and she'll be glad.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody will get a little break.
Truth Reese, you made a good point. When my middle son went to college, he went on mostly scholarships, and then they had that big, huge scandal, that Ponzi thing going on, and most of his scholarship money went out the window. It was nowhere to be found. And so he dropped out of college. And now he works for IBM, or not IBM, Microsoft. Greg worked for IBM. But he works for Microsoft, and he's in charge of his own little group there, doing that kind of thing. But yeah, you know, you get into this debt to get this diploma, and it's useless.
There's so many people that have their master's degree that can't find a job.
I worked for IBM for 8 years, just working on computers. Never got a A+ certification or anything like that, but I was working on the same things. And when they laid 25,000 of us off in a weekend in 2000, to get a job for L3 or for another company that's a private security company, I had to get my A+ certification. That cost me $18,000.
Yeah.
Was it worth it?
No. I had the knowledge. I just had to go through these courses to be able to take the test to get that certification. Was it worth it? Hell no. But nobody would hire me without that certification. They didn't teach me anything that I didn't already know. They just charged me $18,000 to prove that I knew it. Bullshit.
Stuart, you run like hell, honey.
No, you ain't gonna run. You ain't outrun anything.
No.
You find a big tree, climb up it,
Nope.
and shoot from there.
You just shit yourself and then the bear will leave.
Honestly, Stuart, if you don't have a rifle or a pistol, and I mean a high caliber pistol, there's not much you can do with a grizzly. Curl up in a ball and hope that it thinks
Protect
you're
your head.
dead, because grizzlies like live meat.
But really, the only time that grizzlies are very aggressive is during mating season or when you come across a female with cubs. Otherwise, they're just going to back away from you most of the time. It's not all of the time, but that's when they're the most aggressive, is when they have cubs or it's mating season.
She's right, but Stuart, next time you're in the woods, take somebody with you that cannot run as fast as you can.
It also helps to have bear spray.
Yeah, bear spray's good.
Anybody want to
All right.
dance to that backbeat coming through the mic?
It's got a good beat. I thought you and Julie were those were bed springs.
No, that sounds totally different, actually.
I'm just kidding. All right, you guys. Night, everybody.
Night, hun.
Night, Rick. Be safe,
Have a
brother.
good one. Thanks, man.
Have a good one.
Night, Gear. You're awesome, buddy.
Now, Gear, Rick's dropping off. You're going to have to step up. Help us keep this conversation going.
Yeah, you better. Don't fail me, guys. This is a test.
Sweet dreams.
Truth, bear spray is very effective. It depends on the capsicum level that you have, and it depends on which state you're buying it from, because different states have different levels of capsicum that they allow. So you have to sometimes use different stuff.
Yeah, what she's saying is very true. Most of the little tiny keychain pepper sprays, not that effective. I would suggest going and buying, what's the name of it? An IPX. Now those are expensive. They're like $300, but the charges that are in that are way more effective than what you can buy on a keychain pepper spray. And the delivery device is reloadable, and the charges are about $5 to $10 to reload it. It's expensive to start with, but you're going to get a lot more use out of it than you would any kind of pepper spray device that you can buy that goes on a key ring or that you can have in your purse.
Especially if you're out hunting or in an area where there are bears or wolves or something like that.
Or you can just stand there and say, please, bear, stop. Stop, bear. Stop, bear. And hope it works.
Yeah, not so much.
Tyler, I always went hunting with my dad, and he had a Remington, and he had a Winchester. One was a shotgun, one was a rifle. It depended on what we were hunting for, and then a lot of times we went hunting with a slingshot. believe it or not. That was our squirrel hunting.
But yeah, Mindy, the best bear deterrent and everybody else out there is going to be a revolver chambered in 44 Magnum or higher. You might get away with 357, but I'd go 44 Magnum or higher. That 9mm just going to piss him off. Night, Tommy.
Good night, Tommy.
Yeah, truth. You probably die really quick, but the idea is to not die.
You know, I heard one guy say that the best way to deal with a bear attack is to shit your pants. I'm sorry, bad language, but he said that. And he said if you shit your pants, they kind of sniff you and walk away.
Don't apologize for saying shit, honey. This channel is triple R rated. Truth? Straight dope on what? Yeah, Tyler. 500 Smith & Wesson would work.
Oh no, my dad's favorite gun was his 30-06. Um, my uncle's favorite was his Colts. He used those for hunting, everything.
30-06 or .308 is going to take anything out. If you have the rifle with you. Going on a camping trip, might not have the rifle. Bring a big revolver with a high caliber. Now, if all I had was my G19 9mm, I'd empty the clip and hope it worked. Crickets. So, what does anybody want to talk about besides what we've been talking about? Any topic.
Oh, let's talk about grocery shopping.
That's a good one.
Actually, it is.
I hate when I go grocery shopping and they're out of, can't even remember what it's called, pork loins.
I know here we have a place called Vinco. And we go there for our fresh fruits and vegetables. We have a place called Sonnenberg's. That's where we go for our butcher, uh, fresh fish, fresh food, as far as meat is concerned. And then we go to Walmart for all like canned goods.
And Winco.
And Winco. Um, and we're lucky that way because everything's within, I don't know, maybe 8 miles.
Yeah.
So we could get there real fast and stock up on everything.
Have you ever heard of Aldi's?
No,
It's a grocery store I go to. It's
Look like you're coughing like me. Here,
yeah.
dear.
Yeah, I ate those French onion sun chips a little while ago and still making me cough up stuff. Either that or the salsa I had with it.
it was probably the salsa because of the tomatoes in it.
Still tastes great.
Yeah. Usually go to Aldi's to do like vegetables and canned goods and cereal and pretty much mainly canned goods and like macaroni and cheese stuffing, pretty much the cabinet stuff. Then some meats, but not very much. Then go to Walmart and finish shopping there. Usually spend about 150 at each place.
Yep. Tyler F-35. Not familiar with that. What is it? But yeah, gear. I get that. We go to Winco to get bulk goods. We go to Walmart to get canned goods wherever the price is better. We go to a local butcher to get our meat, and it's all local farm grown meat. It's not, what you get from the supermarket that's full of antibiotics or everything like that.
And my dad works on a hog farm, and his boss usually gives him and the other employees a bunch of stuff, bacon, ham, and pork chops, pork steaks. And they're pretty dang good. Makes you not want to have another store-bought one again.
That's a
The
huge deal right there because it's saving him money, but it's also letting him know how to do what he does as far as saving meat back. If you can cure a ham, 6 months later you've got a ton of meat that you can use.
Typing.
I remember my dad used to smoke meat, and cheese all the time. And that was like, oh my gosh, so good. We smoked meat, cheese, fish, and put it up for the winter time. And that was a huge part of our diet. And it was good stuff.
Sorry, I was typing into the external. You know, food prep really comes down to food storage. If you get a really good deal on meat, it's great. If you know how to either dehydrate, smoke, or can that meat so that it'll last years.
Oh, when I was growing up, that was the way it was. That's what we did. That's how you took care of your family. Um, my dad used to work at this plant in Wisconsin. Uh, it was Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, and they would come home. My uncle and my dad, they would come home, and they had cases of beer that wasn't filled all the way, so it was being tossed out, and they would stock it up in the root cellar. And that was just, it was free, but you could use it for your hanging meat, for your rabbits, for your squirrels, for whatever. Um, it was just a way to preserve the meat. And believe it or not, you can preserve the meat in beer.
Anything preserved in beer is going to be great.
Well, it breaks the meat down and makes it more tender, and then you put it into a stew or something like that. Um, it's really good.
What, Tyler? Sumo wrestlers save their legs so they don't get mistaken for feminists. I don't think I'd ever seen a sumo wrestler that I
So,
thought was a feminist.
I don't shave my legs.
Yeah, you want to see a sumo wrestler's legs? I can throw mine up on camera. It's going to be ugly because half my right foot's missing, but I'll do it. Sorry, that was just funny. I had to say that.
But yeah, I don't know who can save deer meat back. That's like keeping a pound of bacon in the freezer, looking at you every time you open the freezer, keeping it for however long.
I hear you, dear. It's hard to look in the freezer and see a big chunk of deer meat or bacon and not pull it out and cook it.
That's why I make them for breakfast. Or at least that's what I've always called it. A few potatoes, some onions, some bacon. You get it all nice and crisp, fry it up together, pour some eggs in there that you scrambled up, and then sprinkle some cheese on it when it's done. Best stuff in the world. You can add tomatoes, green peppers, kale, whatever you want. It's wonderful. And also cottage cheese, which gives you the potassium that you need.
Like some cottage cheese with some pepper.
Mm.
It's really good, but you can add whatever you want to it, and it's just wonderful.
The truth says, Julia, stop. No, that's breakfast here. That big farm breakfast. I really don't even eat lunch. I eat breakfast and dinner.
It's
You
a
got their
one
dog stirred up, Junior. Go lay down.
it's a one pan meal.
Gracie, hush. Sorry, dog's barking.
I eat a big supper, then after that, later on, I snack on usually sunflower seeds or peanuts or chips or
Here's
whatever's
an,
convenient.
here's another tip for anybody who has an infection. If you're taking antibiotics, eat peanuts because it won't upset your stomach so much, and that's a big deal. Most people, like me, uh, reject the antibiotics because of uh, stomach issues. I mean, they are so harsh. But if you eat peanuts before you have to take it, no problem.
I'll have to remember that.
Truth just said something about PETA. To me, PETA means people eating tasty animals.
Well, I
Protein
think
is good for you.
I think
Go
one of
ahead,
the
Phil.
I think one of the requirements of becoming a U.S. citizen should be you have to eat a pound of bacon.
Every day. Julia laughs at me. She'll open a package of bacon and start cooking it. And I'll say, what's everybody else going to have for breakfast? Because that's mine.
It's a fight between him and the granddaughter. Who's going to get the bacon first?
And you have to be quick to beat the granddaughter into the kitchen. Very quick.
My youngest son thinks he needs to start eating on the bacon while it's cooking. But if I'm cooking, I'll usually tell him he has to wait. I usually end up eating a piece first myself, then telling him, all right, you can have one piece. He's a picky eater. He'll eat bacon, but he don't like eggs.
I'm a picky eater too. I really don't want to eat leftovers or food that somebody else has been eating off of, but that's where I draw the line. If it's fresh food, nobody's touched it, I'll eat it.
He doesn't like spaghetti or macaroni and cheese or hot dogs. Then he don't like pizza dough.
Wait a minute. He doesn't like hot dogs? Seriously?
No.
Oh my God.
He won't even eat bratwurst because they look like hot dogs.
Man, I love hot dogs. And yeah, I do know what they're made out of. I don't care. They're
Yeah.
delicious.
Yeah, I was talking to someone the other night about hot dogs and McDonald's and McRibs, and there's like, what's this, what's that? I'm like, I've already watched them, and I'd watch them again while eating hot dogs and McRibs. I said, it don't bother me none.
It's still protein. Got a little more fat. That's it. A little bit of fat's good for you. Keeps your joints in shape.
I like frying up some hot dogs, onions, and green bell peppers.
Anything with peppers or spices in it, I will eat. I like spicy food. I really do. Julia doesn't let me eat it very often, but I sneak around sometimes when she's not looking.
I don't really do spicy foods.
Oh man, I do.
I used to before my asthma was this bad, but nowadays I'll stay away from spicy food.
Man, I'll eat a jalapeno pepper raw with nothing else. Just eat the pepper. I'll pay for it, but I'll eat it.
Yeah, I like jalapenos cooked on the grill.
Oh yeah. I like them in eggs. I like them in hamburger. I like them in steak. I just like them.
Yeah. I used to cook them on the George Foreman with some Vienna sausages, and then put the Vienna sausages in the pepper, then eat them on crackers.
Oh man. Does anybody in the external chat even know what a Vienna sausage is? Because you had to grow up in a certain area of the country to even know what a Vienna sausage is. I can't even find them out here in the great Pacific Northwest. You cannot find them. You have to have them special ordered from back east.
Wow.
That and liver mush. You cannot buy liver mush out here. They don't sell it. You have to order it from back east with, packed in dry ice. Takes about a week to get it. Pop it in the freezer. When we buy it like 25 pounds at a time and put it in the freezer on the back porch because you cannot buy it out here. It does not exist. There's plenty of farms around here that have the animals that you can make it from, but they throw all of that crap away.
Dang. But out there, True says go to Aldi's. That's always been one of my favorite places to shop. I'm trying to think. Do you have like a Save-A-Lot around there?
Around here, it's called Winco. It's basically the same thing. You can buy bulk foods. It's not a Costco or anything like that, but it's it's a grocery store, but you can buy in bulk at the same time that you buy in normal size packages.
A can of green beans is like 50 cents instead of like 68 cents at Walmart.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I get most of my meats at Walmart, and I hear people say that meat's no good, that meat's no good. I'm like, I smoked menthol for 10 years. Meat tastes like meat to me.
Meat's meat. Yeah. We go to a abattoir here. It's a butcher shop, and they butcher their own stock. And honestly, the meat there is cheaper than it is at Walmart or Safeway or Albertsons, or I guess if you're back on the east side, Ingles or Publix, the meat's actually cheaper and better there than it is in any of the chain grocery stores.
Most
Now, you got to buy in bulk, and you got to have a freezer, but yeah, it's a lot cheaper and a lot better.
Most of them around here, their prices are. It's been quite a while since I've been, but I thought they was kind of high. But they're the only butcher that's in a relatively close area to here. Pretty much they are right in the middle of 3 or 4 different towns, and they're the closest.
It's really hard to find a true butcher shop anymore anywhere in the U.S. I mean, a butcher shop where they get the meat in that day, they chop it up, and they put it out and sell it that day. It's a day old. It's really hard to find those. But the one that we found here, the prices are actually cheaper than the supermarket prices on meat. The only other way is to have enough land to raise your own meat animals and do your own butchering. That's what we're working towards. We're looking at some land. We want about 10 to 50 acres of land, and we came close twice to buying a patch of land until we found out that the wildfires in Washington wiped all that land out. And the buildings that were on it. We're looking for, some land that has a house on it.
Yeah.
And every time we made a bid, we found out later that, that's no longer there. You can still buy the land. There's no timber on it. There's no house on it. But if you still want to buy it, we'll drop the price. And I'm like, no thanks.
If they don't have any timber or the buildings are burned up, then it should be real dirt cheap, but it ain't.
It's not worth anything.
Not worth, Take 20 years just to grow some decent sized trees on it.
Yep. We're looking for, like I said, 10 to 50 acres of timbered land that we can go in and cut the old growth out, build a cabin out of that, and once the cabin's built, move up there and still, replant what we harvested. And I want timber around me. It's going to have a wood burning stove. It's going to have a wood fireplace in it. I need the timber.
Yeah. I keep looking for 2 to 5 acres of land with preferably a 2 or 3 bedroom mobile home on it.
Yep.
Something that wouldn't take too long to pay off, then we can start saving for a better trailer, a better house after that.
That's what we're looking for. We're going to stay where we're at until we get that area built up. I've got an RV. I can park up there. We can live in on the weekends and work on the land, work on building a log cabin.
Yeah.
But it's even, shit hit the fan tomorrow. It's a place we can bug out to. Bugging in here, we're in the middle of a large city on the worst side of the city that you could live in. Bugging in, yeah, I can do it for about a month or two, maybe 3. After that, no. And to be honest, if shit went south tomorrow, I'm not staying here. I'm picking up and going to BLM land, national forest land, someplace that I can get the fuck out of the city if things go crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't stay in these apartments either.
Last
Be
year and a half, we've had 5 shootings in our back alley. I mean, right behind my house.
Did you knock them all down?
No. It was a drive-by. They went through the alley, shot up the house across the alley from me. Every time, same house. The target was the same house every time.
Hmm.
And by the time I get out there with my AR or my 590 A1, they're gone. Cars just ride through the alley and shoot it up and keep going. Thankfully, they haven't pointed bullets our way. I don't know who the people across the alley from us pissed off, but they pissed somebody off because they keep coming back for them.
Yeah.
The main problem is the people that are in the house, that are living in the house that keeps getting shot up, are relatives of mine.
Oh.
On the downs, it's a 2-story house. It's been converted into 2 apartments. So you got one family downstairs, one family upstairs. But they keep shooting through the downstairs. So I don't know, that's my nephew. I don't know what he's into. I mean, I know him, but he didn't tell me all of his business. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's rough when you live in a neighborhood where you're having shootings, at least 1 week out of the month, all year long. You want to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, there hasn't been any shootings around here, but there's enough neighbors slamming car doors and stomping on stairs and stomping upstairs and partying across the breezeway.
To answer Mindy, no, as far as I know, they're not selling drugs out of the house behind me. The people that live upstairs' son is an addict. He's hooked on heroin. He doesn't live there, but he comes over there a lot. So I think it's probably people that he owes money to. So yeah, drugs are probably a part of it. Drugs are bad. If you're selling them or if you're using them, shit's gonna come home to haunt you.
Yeah, I have no need for either of them.
Yeah, me either. But we live in a neighborhood where, I'd say 50% of the people that make money in this neighborhood make the money illegally.
that's a big problem here, is that we live in a neighborhood where you have drug dealers, but you also have senior citizens, people who have lived here all their lives. And now we have these slumlords coming in and buying up these houses and turning them into apartments and renting them out to whoever. And it's just chaotic. You know, there's not a lot you can do about it.
Yeah, started watching the gun YouTube channels, and these people saying that they kept their gun on until they went to bed, and I thought they were nuts until I moved into this neighborhood. I have a gun on sitting right here in front of my computer. When I get up in the morning, I put my gun on, and I don't take it off until I go to bed. And when I take it off, it's within a foot of me, and I can get to it in less than half a second.
Yeah, like
We don't
the
have to worry
saying
about
goes.
robberies because, you know, most people in this neighborhood go to the higher class neighborhoods to rob them. So that's a good thing. But in the meantime, we still have the drug dealers and all of that kind of crap that we have to put up with.
I think Julia's getting ready to go to bed.
I am. It's late here. I have to get up early. It was nice chatting with everybody, though.
I'll be on for a little bit longer, as long as anybody's interested in talking.
You muted yourself or something.
No, Julie had just turned her mic off. I was using it.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be on for a little bit longer. I don't know how much longer. If you guys are interested in listening to the channel and talking, I'll be here. I work for myself, so I set what time I have to get up and go to work. I know. I don't know if you heard what she just said, but yeah, she's right.
I didn't.
Oh, she said, well, it depends on what I have to, what she has for me to do tomorrow is what time I wake up. I work for myself. I get up whenever I want, and I work for myself. And anybody out there that works for themselves knows that you work for an asshole. You really work for an asshole if you work for yourself, because you're not going to give yourself a day off. You're not going to cut your hours. You're not going to give yourself any vacation time. You're not going to give yourself any sick time. But it's still the best thing I've ever done. I've worked for a lot of different companies, some big companies. But working for yourself can be the roughest thing that you ever did, because everything depends on you and the amount of work that you put in.
Yeah. When I used to work lawn care for my dad, it didn't really matter what time we started to him. We always had the same amount of jobs to get done in that day.
Yep.
But we did a few times, but we usually never started before 8 in the morning.
You know what I found out working for myself? What drives my schedule is when I'm available to get on YouTube. If I get up at 6 in the morning and get my work done, I can be here at 5. If I get up at 10, it might be 7 or 8 before I get on YouTube. Stuart, I am my own asshole. No employees. Right on, Greg. Yeah, exactly, Stuart. No employees here either. Just me. Well, I lie. Julia helps. The kids help. They don't get paid. Well, they actually do get paid. They get to eat. They have a roof over their head, that kind of thing. But they don't actually get any money. And most of the money that I make goes right back into the business. I might be able to have an extra 250, $500 a month profit because I'm trying to grow the business. So everything I make goes right back into the business. I don't really get to see it here at home. You know, after the bills are paid, the rent's paid, the mortgage paid, the groceries are bought, the electric's paid. Yeah, at the end of the month, I don't see a whole lot of extra pocket cash at all.
What do you do, like handyman work? Or?
Basically, I do leather working. I make belts, holsters, gun holsters, knife holsters, some Kydex work, not a lot, but it's mostly gun belts, just handmade gun belts.
Well, for some reason, I thought you done like handyman and odd jobs also.
Well, yeah, I do. It's around the house, keeping the house up, but not for money. Yeah.
Oh. Do you ever advertise like on local Facebook groups and Craigslist?
I do advertise at local gun shops and shooting ranges, and I go to the gun shows and stuff. I haven't really put anything out. I don't have a website because at this point in time, I have enough to keep me busy. I have so much to keep me busy. I couldn't really expand without spending money that I don't have to expend.
Yeah.
I'm working towards getting out there and having a website and all that. But if I had, right now I get like 15 orders a month in, and it takes all month to get those out. If I put a website out there, I could still do it, but the wait time would be like 2-3 months for your belt or whatever, your sheath or whatever you wanted, your holster. It'd be 2 or 3 months before you'd actually see it in the mail. It's getting to the point where I need to expand, but finding somebody that can actually come in and work for what I can afford to pay them and do the work to the same quality is almost impossible to find.
Yeah, I was thinking about that doing lawn care. I want enough work where I'll be busy, and if a customer or two drops me, then have enough to where those ain't gonna hurt the overall gross of the week. I mean, it will hurt what I was expecting, but it won't. I don't know what I was saying. But have enough lawn jobs that I can handle. But if a couple customers happen to drop me the same week, it won't actually hurt me too bad. Anyone here? Yeah, I still have to look into insurance and business license and all that stuff. See how much that's going to be a month or whatever the cost. And I don't know where Greg went. And I don't know what to talk about. So 2 weeks until rifle season. That should be fun.
Guys, I just realized that my mic was muted since Julie left the room. Gear, you're absolutely correct. Running your own business is a pain in the fucking ass. And what you're talking about, new contracts. Can you actually provide the same service with a whole bunch of new contracts? Can you collect from the people that you're already servicing? It's a big pain in the ass. And the insurance and the liability, the best thing I can tell you, brother, is go LLC, make it a corporation so that whatever happens to the business does not affect your personal finances. Stuart was commenting out there about hiring contractors to do work for you. That's a solution, it really is. But the problem with that is you have no quality control over what those contractors are doing under your name and your label. And I'm not willing to risk having subpar products put out there under my name. And I'm just not. And at this point in time, I have more work than I can do, but not enough to hire somebody to bring in as an intern and train them up to do it the way that I do it. So it has to jump a little bit higher before I can really bring another 1 or 2 employees in under me and feel comfortable with that, because I don't want anything going out my door that I don't approve of. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize that my mic was turned off.
It happens to rookies.
Now we've gone to filling tags. I think you guys are talking about hunting.
Yeah, Mindy said her husband and son got their trailer set up on their deer lease, ready to go.
Nice.
But yeah, on my lawn care and landscaping and odd jobs, whatever I end up calling it, I'll be starting from scratch. So I've got a couple people already that have told me to, when I get started, to let me know that they'll have me to do their lawns. But we'll see if that deal still stands once I get started.
Yeah, getting started on your own business is hard, man. It's really hard. Because you're putting your name out there, and you want the same quality control, but when you start getting so many customers that you can't cover them all like you want to, and you have to start hiring people under you, you have to be able to hire enough people to handle all the jobs and you still have enough time to run around and supervise all these guys, make sure they're doing it the way that you want it done. It's a pain in the fucking ass, man. And sorry about.
I'm not looking to go big. I'm looking to keep it to 300 to 500 a week.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it'll take. It might be next year before I start averaging that much, but that's what. That's what my goal is. Like to have 3 weekdays where I can do the mowing, then one do landscaping or odd jobs, and then another day just have a day where I can use that day for whatever needs to be caught up or done.
Yep. That's the point I'm at with my business. I can keep up with it right now. From the time you give me an order till you get your belt is about 3 weeks because it's handmade. It takes some time. And I could grow it bigger. I really could if I put advertisements out there on the web, made a website, sent some belts out to some people to review. But I really can't handle that amount of volume right now.
Yeah.
But to grow it, I have to. If I want to grow it, I have to. But I don't really want to grow it. I make enough money off of it to cover the bills and take care of my family, and I enjoy doing it. If it got to the point where I'm having to watch 4 people make these belts or these holsters to the same quality that I would make them, and that's going to be my job from that point on, is standing over somebody's shoulders going, no, don't do it that way, nope, that was wrong. That would drive me nuts. I make enough money to cover my bills, and that's all I really want. I don't really want to make $1 million. I want to make enough money to take care of my family, and I'm doing that. And if you actually get one of my belts or holsters, it's not like you're buying a Galco belt or holster. It's a handmade, custom-made from me. That's kind of a little bragging point. If I can say that without, being a big head about it. Yeah, you got a custom-made, crafted belt or holster from somebody that nobody ever heard of. But it's better than Galco.
Yeah, don't have a need for a belt or a holster yet, anyways. But,
thanks, Stuart. Thanks for the comments out there, Stuart. You're absolutely right. That's the way I want to keep it.
do you sell on eBay or any other sites like that?
Yeah, I put some up on eBay and gun channels, and it's mostly just regional here where I live. People come to me to have stuff made, and that keeps me busy enough.
Oh, so.
Yeah, seriously, if I wanted to go like SOE famous, I'd have to get a loan from a venture capitalist that wanted to give me like $1.5 million to put the advertising out there and be able to hire the people to do it. And it would still take 1.5 years to teach them how to do it before I'd be willing to ship it out with my name on it.
Yeah. most of your customers probably buy because you made it, not someone you hired made it.
Yep.
So,
Now I'll tell this very small group what the name of the company is. It's Sinister Hand. I'm left-handed, and I do cater to the left-handed community. I will make right-handed gear, but mostly it's left-handed gear for people that can't find what works for them commercially, being a left-handed person. And it's Sinister Hand. If you want a belt, you want a knife holster, you want a gun holster, right-handed or left-handed, just email me. Go to my YouTube page, find my email me, tell me what you want, and I will email you back with a price. It's not cheap. Most of my stuff costs $120 to $150.
do you have pretty much templates for every kind of handgun, or?
Nope, I do not. I don't. I have templates for the most popular, but if you have a custom gun or something that's not in the mainstream, like a Glock or a Smith & Wesson, I don't have the blue gun molds for that. But you can, if you really want it, you can ship me your gun through an FFL, and I will actually custom make it to your gun, and I will ship it back to you with the holster and the belt. Or the knife, or the flashlight, or whatever you want, the holster to be made for. I do not have the capability of buying every blue gun model out there for every gun that's ever been made. I don't have that kind of money. But if you have a gun that I don't have a mold for, I will either go rent it someplace here to make the mold, or you can ship me your gun. It's going to cost more if I have to do that, but you get what you pay for.
Right. Come spring, after I purchase my lawn care stuff, I'm going to look at a few gun stores and try to get to fill some pistols, and depend on the budget, maybe buy one.
Yep.
Because if I'm mowing a yard and I come around and someone's stealing my weed eater, they're not going to get very far with it.
I hear that.
I don't know. It's time for me to start making money, and the best way I figure how is start working for myself, because I can't. Around here is mainly like factory work, and
Absolutely, brother.
I can't handle working inside.
Seriously, brother, at any point in time, if you can work for yourself, if you can figure out how to do it and make enough money to pay your bills, do it. Because if you're working for anybody else, they're making money off your back, and you're seeing the very bare minimum return from it. It can be tough. The taxes and the legal things can really mess you up. Find a good lawyer first. Incorporate, make it an LLC. After that, just build it as far and high as you can. Don't overstep yourself, but build it slow and steady. And working for yourself is the best thing in the world and the worst thing in the world at the same time. You don't have to listen to a boss other than yourself, and you're going to be the worst boss you ever had in your life because everything comes down to your shoulders. But it's still better than working for a corporation. In my experience. And I have worked for IBM, I've worked for L3, I've worked for OpenEye, I've worked for 3 big corporations, and it never worked out great for me. It worked out great for them, did not work out great for me.
I like outside work. Whether there's sunshine and 100 degrees or 2 foot of snow, I'd rather be outside working.
Yep.
I'd rather have a customer staring out their window at me than to have a boss walking by every 10 minutes or standing behind me just watching.
Hell yeah.
Boss that sees you're getting behind, instead of stepping in and helping you catch up, they just stand there and watch, then go to the office and then gripe to whatever person is beneath them, then make them come gripe at me.
Hell yeah, brother. You know, shit rolls downhill. If you're at the top of the hill, it doesn't roll very far.
Yeah.
I like being at the top of the hill.
And if me and a customer, for some reason, start not getting along or whatever, I can just tell them, I'm not doing your lawn anymore. Have a good one.
That's actually the most awesomest thing about working for yourself is no corporate policy, no company policy. If you have a problem with a customer, you just tell them, you know what, if you don't like my service, there's the door. Don't let the doorknob hit you on the way out. It's a liberating feeling to be able to tell somebody to fuck off.
Or if they, well, I can't pay you this week. Alright, as long as you're paying next week for both times, that'll work. Then come the second week, if they still don't pay, then skip them the third week, and when it's really tall, the fourth week, if they still haven't paid when it's 2 foot tall, and they call to say, I got the money, then you go and collect the money for those 2 times and tell them it's going to be about $100 to cut this yard back down.
Yep. You sound a lot like me. If they let it slip, they hadn't been paying, and it gets 3 feet tall, I'll talk to you if you pay your back dues, but to come in here right now, that's going to be a whole different contract.
Working for my dad, we had about 98% good customers. Some of them, well, actually most of the places was vacation homes, so the people wouldn't be there but maybe once a month, or some of them once a whole summer, but usually every month they would send a check for the whole month.
I hear what you're saying, man. I don't have that ability in my business. If you buy a belt from me, I give you 30 days to try it out. You have to pay up front, but within 30 days, if you don't like it, ship it back to me, and I'll refund you all of your money. day 31, that's your belt, whether you like it or not. And you know, I actually get more business from people that trash my work than I do people that love it. Because people that love my work don't tell anybody about it. People that hate it tell 10 to 15 friends about it. And then they come and check it out. And usually 10% of those people will order it just to find out. It's weird. It's weird. It's like the opposite of every business plan that anybody talks about or preaches about out there.
Yeah, the ones that like it don't want their buddies having one like it.
Yeah.
They want to have only one around.
It's really weird. I get more business from the guy that talks shit about me than I do the guy that loves my work. It's weird. It's upside down. It's backwards from everything that's ever taught about business, but it works for my business. And I think it would actually work for any small business. You have to be able to talk back to these people that are talking shit. You have to have that ability. But the people that hate you will drum up more business for you than the people that love you.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Greg's stuff is shit. Let me buy one and see if my friend's really full of shit or Craig's full of shit. You know, I get more business from the people that return shit than I do the people that buy shit. Because if you buy a belt from me, I don't have any return business. That belt's going to last you 40 or 50 years. You're not going to have a reason to buy more from me.
Yeah, then the ones that buy it because their buddy says it was shit, then they end up liking it and don't tell their buddy that they bought it and like it.
Yeah. It's a really weird business, man. But it pays the bills. Barely, but it pays the bills. Like I said, if I wanted to become a millionaire, I'd have to have $1.5 million to pump into the business for advertising and hiring more people. But I don't want that. I want to be able to pay my bills, have satisfied customers that love it, and they do tell some people about it. And I get some people that go, it just didn't work for me. I didn't like the way it looked. I didn't like the stain on the leather. I didn't like the thickness. I didn't like this, that, or the other. And those guys are the ones that tell everybody what they didn't like about it, and I get more business from them because they tell all their buddies, and their buddies go, well, you know, this guy bitches about everything. Maybe I need to go check this out and buy one for myself. It's a 30-day money-back guarantee. I'll buy one from myself, and I get about 15% return rate, 10 to 15% return rate. But the guys that return it, I get more business from their buddies than I do the guys that I never hear from again. They loved it. They never told me they loved it. They never contacted me. They just got it. I never heard anything from them. It's a weird business. It's a really weird business. And I know that washing machine back there is talking over you. I'm sorry. everybody out in the external's probably snapping their fingers to the beat of my washing machine right now. Sounds like a club beat.
Ding.
I'm a real guy. I live in a real house. I have real problems. That's, you know, if you don't like that, don't listen to my channel.
Yeah, I usually have to wait until late to get on the chats because my computer's here in the front room. You have one person.
My computer, my office, Julia's computer is right out here on the back porch, right beside the freezer and the washing machine and the dryer. So yeah, you're going to get real life noises, interference, kids walking in and out talking, dogs coming in and out. It's a real house with a real family in it. I don't have a studio with you know, sound blocking material up on the wall and a high-tech mic or anything like that. It's just a real channel.
Yeah, the next place we move to, I'm hoping that it has some kind of small room that I can make my office. Or even if it's an enclosed porch or walk-in closet or...
I've been begging for 3 years for one of those, what do you call them, the outdoor sheds. You know, it's like 12 by 50 or 12 by 40 shed in the backyard. I've been begging for 3 years for one of those. And every time I get the money saved up to buy one, they're about $3,500. Something comes up that takes my slush fund away. And I really think it's Julia, because she knows if I got really pissed off at her, I'd shack up out there for a week to a month and not talk to her at all.
Have your computer against one wall and a bunk on top of it?
Yeah, it's got the little loft up there on top. You can throw a cot or a futon mattress up there, sleep out there. Put a microwave, a coffee pot, and a little heater in there in my computer. And I'd probably, even if me and Julie weren't fighting, just to get the fuck away from the rest of the family, I'd probably stay out there 9/10 of the time. I just let everybody in the family know, if you want to talk to me, come out to the shed. You know where I'm at. Why aren't you in the house, Dad? Because of all you people. You want to come talk to me, come to the shed. Come to the man cave. That's where I will be. So every time I get the money saved up to buy that, some kind of family emergency comes up, and it's usually Julie going, we need this money for this. And I'm like, no. No, really, Greg, we need this. And I'm like, okay, it's cheaper than a divorce. Not that I would ever divorce her. She is a good woman. She is an excellent wife, an excellent mother. But, you know, being a guy, you know, sometimes we just need to get the hell away from everybody else before we kill everybody, before we snap and just, you know, become a super asshole.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, isn't it time for you all to go to bed?
Man, I know most of the people in the external know this. You probably know this. I live in a house with 6 women and my son. Think about those odds for just a minute. I am drowning in a sea of estrogen. Sometimes I just need to get the hell away and go talk guy talk with, you know, men. And I'm pretty sure Julia would say, go, go, please go, get the hell out. You know, for just a couple hours, just go. We'll be fine. But being a wife, if she tells you that and you actually leave and took her advice and said, okay, honey, woohoo, free pass. No, you just fucked up right then and there. The minute you walk out the door, your life just got worse. And Tyler and all the single men out there in the external chat that don't understand that, listen to me. If your woman tells you to leave, that's the last thing you should do. She does not want you to leave. She wants you to listen to her and tell you, or tell her that she's right and you're wrong. Marriage is a complicated thing. A successful marriage is like a unicorn. If all of you think I'm full of shit, ask Julie about that the next time she's on. She'll tell you, yeah, I wish you would fucking leave. Not for good, just for a couple hours. You know, 2 to 4 to 6 hours and come back.
If they say, if you think you should go ahead and go out with the guys, then go. That means you better not freaking go.
Yeah, that means, no, we're going to put in the notebook and we're going to pop popcorn and we're going to drink wine and sit on the couch.
With my other half, she'd rather watch sci-fi or wrestling.
Oh, man. You're lucky. Because Julia would rather be out here talking with you guys with me. My daughters and daughter-in-law, no, they want me sitting on the couch watching Twilight or, oh, what is that one show they always want me to watch?
Walking Dead?
No. I would watch The Walking Dead.
Oh.
Oh, God. It was just right there. What was it? Pretty Little Liars. They always want me to come out there and watch that with them. And I'm like, why? I'm just going to talk through the whole damn thing and tell you all why these girls are stupid. Pretty Little Liars, Twilight, anything that's on ABC Family. My girls want me to come out there on the couch and watch it with them. And I don't understand. Because all I do when I sit out there is go, I talk through the whole thing. I'm like, nope, that's stupid, and let me tell you why. That's stupid, let me tell you why. That's stupid, let me tell you why. But they still want me to come out there and watch it with them.
Yeah, I used to watch wrestling with her and football, but that, I don't know, it's not my thing.
Now, Julia will sit out here and watch The Walking Dead, anything sci-fi, fantasy, anything on YouTube, gun-related or survival-related, we'll sit out here and watch. But the girls drive me up a wall. I'm like, I don't want to watch it. You don't really want me out here watching it. Why do you keep dragging me in here to watch it? Because they all tell me when I start commenting on the show, shh, hush, Dad, hush, Dad. I'm like, if you want me to hush, let me go back to my office and leave me the fuck alone.
Probably because they know you'd rather be doing something else.
I guess it's just that. It's just punishment. They're getting even any way that they can for, you know, me being a responsible dad and telling them no when they're doing stupid shit. I don't know. You'll notice the more that you get to meet my wife, that the word no is not in her vocabulary at all. She doesn't tell anybody no about anything except me. She doesn't tell the kids no. She doesn't tell the dogs no. She's very easygoing unless it's me. And God forbid I have an opinion that she doesn't agree with. Oh, then the no word comes flying out left and right. And I have to give her credit. 50% of the time, she's right. 50% of the time, she's right about what she's talking about what me and her disagree about. Survival shit, 75% she's right about what she knows. Guns, I'd say 80% of the time she's right about what she knows. Me? Guns, survival, anything we're talking about, you got a 50-50 shot with me whether I actually know what I'm talking about. But I'll act like I know what I'm talking about 100% of the time.
I'm pretty much always right, but I'll let her think she's right most of the time.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. But you know, 50% of the time when you and your woman are arguing, you know she's right. You're just arguing because you're male. I do it too. I'll know I'm dead wrong about something. I will still argue my point to the death. Even though I know she already proved me wrong and I know she's right and I'm wrong, I will still argue my point to the death.
Sometimes it's fun to get them arguing, and before they get too mad, just tell them, I know, you're right, you're right.
Man, I wish I knew that point. I wish I knew that exact point where you could flip sides and not get the silent treatment for 5 days. Because when Julie gets pissed at me, she does not talk to me for 5 days. She'll talk to everybody else in the family. She'll talk to you guys on YouTube. But I could go, I love you, honey. And she'll go, and you can't see it because the camera's off, but my middle finger's up right now.
That.
And she'll just give you that death stare. And you know, okay, it hadn't been 5 days yet. I'll shut up. I'll come back in 3.5 more days. That being said, it works for us. I mean, she gets pissed at me, I get pissed at her. Every relationship has bumps.
Yeah.
The secret to staying together is knowing when to shut up, when to walk away, and knowing when to come back. And when you come back, the key is to not mention anything that the argument was started over with. You talk about anything else, the weather, what's for breakfast, what happened in the news today, but do not bring up whatever the hell you were fighting about before.
You don't look it up on the computer and then tell her to read that real quick?
Yeah, I do, up until the point that she quits talking to me for 5 days. And she does the same thing to me. I'll come out with an opinion that I think's true. And she'll jump on Google and shoot me 5 articles proving, shoot me down. Like, okay, that's cool. I still think my way's right. And she doesn't get that. That's a guy thing. You can give us all the proof in the world. We still think we're right. And if you do the same thing to a woman, you know she's wrong. You've got the proof. You can send it to her. Don't. Guys, resist the urge. Do not send her that email. Do not show her that on YouTube. Do not show it on Google. Do not show her any article. Just sit there and enjoy being right without having to prove it to her. Your life will be much, much simpler. Because as much as a guy hates to be wrong, a woman hates to be wrong 10 times more.
I got a shirt. I don't remember exactly what it says, but it says something like, assume I'm right 99% of the time.
I've got one that says, scientific theory proven, the universe does revolve around me. You know who gave me that shirt? My wife. No, marriage is simple. It really is. Happy wife equals happy life. Doesn't matter if she's right or wrong. Let her think she's right, unless it's life-threatening. Unless it's life-threatening. And you might find out after you calm down and think about it that, yeah, she was probably right in the first place. Unless it was life-threatening. Just my opinion. Anybody out there that wants to disagree with me, you've got that right. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't care.
My other half's mom one time, she was like, you're always on that thing talking about the computer. I'm like, yeah, and so? I said, you're always watching TV. What's the difference?
Exactly. Well, there is a difference. The TV, you can shout at it, but nobody hears you. On YouTube, you can actually voice your opinion, and people hear you.
Yeah, I'd rather...
Night, Mindy. Stuart, Mindy, good night.
Nope, sorry about that.
That's okay. I think I'm driving all of our outside chat members away with my honest opinions after Julia went to bed.
I don't know who all's still around. Pretty much everyone that's chat has left.
Yeah, let me see.
It shows 8 watching.
Yep. So there's still 8 out there.
Well, then we have it open, so probably 6 people watching.
Yep. This whole thing was an experiment just to see if I could actually get a live chat going. And thank you for everybody that tuned into it. That's amazing. I really didn't think there'd be anybody on but me and Julia.
I started watching the videos because I wasn't for sure if Jens would get it figured out or not. I kept refreshing every now and then to see.
Oh, Rick had to get on the phone and walk me through putting up the live chat. And thank you to Rick. He's been long gone, but yeah, Rick actually walked me through how to put one out here.
You have to give Google your number, or
Oh hell, I don't care who watches. I'm probably going to do this once a week. I just have to figure out a time slot that I'm not going to be stepping on anybody else's live chat, or
No,
just be,
I was
just be.
asking.
Go ahead.
I was asking if you had to give Google your number to set up the chat.
No, you really don't. It used to be, what, 3 months ago, to get a live chat, you had to have X number of subscribers. I think it was 100. And X number of videos, and I think it was 50 before they'd let you do a live chat. And apparently that's changed because I have no videos, 0 videos on my channel. And I think I have maybe 50 subscribers, which I don't know why they subscribe because I don't put out any content. I'm a chat whore. I'm on every chat out there that I can get in on, but I don't put any content out. So yeah, you can go and start your own live chat now. You basically click on your icon, go down to the content editor, and then you follow the drop downs that come down from that until you get to live chat, and you can set one up. It's a pain in the ass to get people invited because you have to type their channel name in to invite them. Unless you have, you can pull them in from your subscribers and your circles, but you can't have more than like 3 or 4 to start it. Once you have 3 or 4, you can invite as many people in as you want. I think up to 10 panelists. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass if you've never done it to figure it out. And Rick walked me through the whole thing, and he's awesome for doing that. He was at work when he did it.
Yeah, I like Rick. At first, I thought he was a cop, and I didn't think much of him. But then got to know him and found out he's actually a firefighter, and actually started liking him.
Yeah, Rick's an awesome guy. I met him through chats, and then I subscribed to his channel. And he's an awesome guy if you actually get to know him.
Yeah, I met him through either Resist a Tyranny or I don't know if you know General Banner.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was through one of their chats. But yeah, I've been subscribed to Rick for been several months now.
Now, Tyler East out there keeps trying to get on the chats. I tell you what, Tyler, if you don't have a camera, don't worry about it. Just get a microphone. You can come in on the chats with just a microphone.
Junior.
That's why you see the dog up here a lot, because I've shown my actual face on live chats. I'm an ugly son of a bitch. Nobody wants to see that. They'd rather see the dog. Now, Julia, on the other hand, she's gorgeous, but she will not get in front of a camera to save my life, much less hers. She just will not get in front of a camera.
I figured I'd go with the hidey-ho neighbor Mr. Wilson camera setup right here.
Okay, I'll show you my camera setup. This is a Logitech webcam that I bought, I don't know, 12 years ago, 10, 12 years ago. The camera's for shit. and I really cannot find a good place to put it. I always look like I'm high because I'm looking at the screen instead of the camera, so my eyelids are down. All right, hang on a second here. I know you've seen. I know you've seen it. Gear, I know you've seen me on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. Wife beater, ugly white guy, gray beard, hair's going gray and falling out. Somebody asked me why didn't I get a mohawk like TR. I'm like, look at this hair. If I had a mohawk like TR, there'd be no hair there at all.
My head's about bald. About time to buzz the rest of it off.
I usually do a high and tight, which looks really weird because all of this, where it grows really thick, is gone. And it's just, you know, where the hair is thinning.
Yeah.
Got 7 kids. That's why this looks like this, because I spend most of my time doing this going, oh my God, what did they do now?
Have a good one, Tyler.
Tyler, you going out? Be safe, brother. See you soon.
You remember Home Improvement?
With Tim Allen? Yeah.
Yeah. His neighbor
Yeah.
never showed like underneath his eyes over the fence.
Yeah, right here.
Well, actually, it did one episode. But I didn't feel like grabbing the shirt, so that's why I try to keep it up here. That way, even if I do lean up,
I just keep it real, brother. If I turn the camera on, what you see is what you get. My office is in my laundry room. You can see all this crap behind me. That's my office.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think anyone else is around that has been commenting.
Tyler East, get a mic, man. I'll put you on camera, even though you don't have a camera. I'll let you come in here and talk. You know, fuck Islam, fuck all whatever you want to say. I don't really care who you're fucking. I really don't. I wouldn't fuck most of the people you say you're fucking, but that's your choice, man. And yes, that's tongue in cheek. All those hashtags, I just don't really get. I'm old.
Did Six tell you how to shut it down? Or?
Oh yeah, I know how to shut it down. I just click on this little button right down here and it stops the whole damn thing.
Alright, I wasn't sure if he showed you how or told you how.
Well, I won't do Shammer. Let's put it that way. I will not do a Shammer. I won't go face forward into my trash can and leave it going for 12 hours. I love Shammer, but that was the stupidest thing I've ever seen him do. I know he'd been drinking all day. It was a holiday. But damn, man, start a chat and less than 2 minutes in, pass out on the floor. I like to drink. I do. I like to drink. I drink on every one of these chats. When I come home from work, if I come home from work, I mean I stop working. I get on here and I drink beer, and some vodka, but I've never just gone face down.
When was that?
Oh, that was last night.
Oh.
Shammer had a gray man chat, and he was on for maybe 2 minutes, and the first minute and a half was him puking into a garbage can. He was shit-faced to start with, but it was his chat, so nobody could turn it off. So we all just like stayed on there for like 6 hours, waiting to see if he would pop back up. And you'd hear him move, you'd hear him moan. You know, he was alive. A couple of people tried to call him. You could hear the phone ringing. He wasn't answering. Nobody knew the address, so we couldn't send an ambulance over there or anything. I don't really think he needed it. He just got really, really drunk and started to chat.
Yeah.
I can't wait for his next chat because I'm going to give him so much shit over that. So much shit over that. I mean, like I said, I drink vodka. And I drink beer throughout every chat, but I get a little slurry and I get a little drunk, but I've never actually passed out on camera as a guest or anything. And that was just like, I honestly think I think it was a prank. I think Shammer did it as a prank just to see what would happen.
I don't know. Do you know
He's such a control freak, though. I just don't see him getting that fucked up on purpose. Even on his drinking game videos, he doesn't get that messed up. I'll get to the point where I'm slurring my words and I'll talk shit. But if I get that fucked up, I'm just going to bed.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've had anything to drink.
I got 7 kids, man. If I didn't drink at night, I wouldn't stay sane.
Yeah, the last time I drank, I bought a 40 ounce and sit here and chugged it. And first thing I drank in a long time, and that gave me a good buzz, and I was sick and congested and already taken some Sudafed.
Oh,
I slept good that night.
oh, like the dead. You slept like the dead if you had Sudafed and a 40 ounce. Seriously, I drink probably a 6-pack to maybe 8 a night, every night. And maybe 2 or 3 of these, but I don't shoot them. I sit and sip on them.
Yeah. Back when I used to drink, it was just beer. If I drank the hard stuff, I was out like a light before too long.
I tell you what, I grew up with a grandfather that made moonshine. Hang on a second, gotta let the dog out here. And I drank moonshine before I was 12. Back up. Good. Seriously, he would give me a shot of moonshine when I was staying over. If I was staying up and watching TV and changing the channels, he'd just go in the kitchen, get a juice jar out, put a little moonshine in there, and fill it up with water, and give that to me to drink, and I would just, within 20 minutes, go to sleep. So I started drinking early. Didn't know I was drinking, but I was. I grew up in South Carolina. Nowadays, I've always drank, but I've never drank while I was working. I when I drove 18-wheelers, I'd go months and months without a drink, not even a beer. But now, I'm home, I work for myself, I get up in the morning, I eat breakfast, I drink my coffee, I go out and do my business, and when I get back in the house from the shed at night, yeah, I'm going to start drinking. It actually works. It keeps the family happy. It keeps me from being such a dickhead when I come back in. Now you're hearing the dog barking out there. She doesn't normally do that.
Yeah, the only job I ever drank on was at the golf course. On real hot days, especially when I had to stay and work late, I'd usually go to the snack shack and grab a couple out, and I'd put them in soda bottles or soda cups, open the can and put some ice down there, then set the can on it, then put a couple pieces of ice around it, then put a lid and straw on it and drink it out of the straw so I didn't get caught.
When I used to play golf, somebody would ask me what my golf average was, and I said about 2 beers a hole. The other answer I gave, if they asked me my golf average, I told them my bowling average, and if they asked me my bowling average, I told them my golf average, and it worked out well.
I didn't really ever play golf unless I was just goofing around, but my uncles and cousins liked the discount that I could get, though.
When I played golf, I thought I was doing good if I got on the green within 2 to 3 shots. After the green, I didn't even count how many times it took me to putt it in the hole. Because I was good at getting on the green, but I'd 3-putt, 4-putt, 5-putt, trying to get that ball in the hole once I got on the green.
The people I played golf with wasn't any good either, so we'd usually do best shot. Whoever hits it the best, and we all play from there.
Yep.
People I played with would get mad because my golf cart was always faster because I knew how to speed them up, too.
Last time I played golf, I was still working for IBM. I was working third shift, and my boss, the manager, would come in at 8 in the morning, half hour before we got off work. And he'd bring us all in the office for the shift discussion, what went on last night. And then he's like, come on, let's go play golf. And he had a membership at a country club, and we'd get off work. He's just coming into work. And we'd go out there and we'd drink and play golf till noon. And then we'd all go home and go to bed and come back to work the next night. He'd go back to work. Never cost us anything other than the bets. You know, that $1 per point bet. You get to the end of 19 holes and you owe $150, or you're up $150. But we were all making good money back then. I could afford to bet like that. Now, I can't even bet if the sun's coming up tomorrow. I know it is, but I can't afford to bet on it.
Yeah. I think I got about 20 cents in pennies that I can bet.
You could actually make $5 off that if you were here in Washington. They have those penny slots all over.
Yeah.
Then again, you could just lose 20 cents in pennies and not make anything. Last time I went to a casino, I had a $3,000 bonus for the year. Cashed that check, went to Tupelo, Mississippi, and went to the $100 blackjack table. Cashed that $3,000 in chips, and I sat there for 10 hours. And at the end of 10 hours, I was up 10 grand. So I pulled all that back. We went to go eat. And instead of cashing that in, we went to go eat, and I came back and started playing again. And by the end of the night at 9 p.m., when we had to get on the bus to go back to the plane, I was back down to the original 3,000 I started with. Some people will say I lost a ton of money, but I walked out with the exact same amount that I walked in with, and it was a fun day. So to me, that was just a fun day. I didn't lose 10 grand. I didn't win 10 grand. I walked in with what I had in my pocket, and I walked out with the same amount, and I had a great day.
Yeah. Last time we went to a casino, we agreed on 60 apiece, and I almost lost all of mine, but then I broke even. Actually, I was doing better than even. Then I got down to where I was still even, and she's like, all right, let's go. I'm like, I'm not ready yet. She's like, you made your money back, now let's go. I said, like I told you before we got here, I said $60 a piece, only as much as we can afford to lose, and I said I haven't lost it yet.
Exactly. That's the trick to gambling, is go in knowing how much you can afford to lose. Do not go to an ATM machine. Don't take house credit. When you lose what you came in with, that's when it's time to leave. That's what you're willing to pay for entertainment. And if you come out with more than you went in with, great. But when you go in with 60 and you lose that 60, that's when you get up and walk out.
Yeah.
You don't go to the ATM machine. You don't ask for house credit. You don't do anything else. You paid your price for entertainment. It's done. Time to get up and go out. Every time I went in and gambled, that's the way I gambled. And if I doubled what I came in with, I put my original stake back in my pocket, because that's my money. That's what I came in with.
Yeah.
Put that back in my pocket. What's on the table is the house's money. Not my money, the house's money. I can gamble with that all night long, and if I lose it, I didn't lose anything. And if I win, I win. But yeah, play with their money. Even if you're going in with $25 and you make a black or red bet on a roulette table, and you put down your whole $25, if you win, take your original $25, put it in your pocket, and then gamble with their money.
Yeah. Yeah, I told her, I said, we only come, or this is our first time coming to the casino, and I said if we came here all the time when I'm ahead, I would go ahead and probably leave, but this is probably the only time this year, and I think it's actually been a couple years since we've even been.
Hell, I know that feeling. I don't go to casinos. I don't go to bars. I'm a homebody. I might take the old lady out to a restaurant every once in a while. That's about it. We don't go anywhere. we any money we got left over at the end of the month is turned into silver or gold or ammunition or beans.
And before her and I got together, I'd buy cigarettes and fill the truck up with gas and buy $50, $60 worth of lottery tickets.
Yeah. I'm of two minds on lottery tickets. I will buy one when the pot gets really, really, really high, but not before that.
Yeah. Yeah, we mainly buy scratchers when we do, but it's not too many.
Julia used to buy scratchers all the time, and I told her, I tell you what, honey, give me that $3. Put it in this hand. Give me that $3. I'll put it in my wallet. And I'll tell you you lost. You do that every day. Give me $3 every day, and I'll tell you, yeah, you lost. And at the end of the month, I'll hand you $300. Because the odds of winning a scratcher are astronomical for the amount that you put into it. But if she hands me $3 a day for 30 days, I'll hand her $300 at the end of the month and say, ooh, you hit the jackpot.
We've supported schools pretty good this whole year.
Yep. Is anybody still out there on the external side? Or is it just me
Stewart
and
Design.
you talking?
Stewart Design's out there.
Yeah, I see him. Suicides in casino parking lots don't get reported. You're right, Stuart. They don't, for a reason. Because if they did, nobody would go to a casino. Not advocating going to a casino. I'm not. But if you're going to gamble, be smart about it.
Long time ago when I smoked, I'd have a $1 ticket winner and then a little bit of change and think of ways, alright, what can I do to make some more money so I can get some cigarettes? And I think, alright, I'm going to take this $1 and go buy a $1 scratcher to test my luck. Then I'd end up losing probably 9.9% of the time.
Yep.
Then shit, that's another $1 I have to come up with to get cigarettes.
Yep. Cigarettes, that's another thing. Here in Washington, a pack of cigarettes cost you right around $7.35 a pack.
Wow.
But you can go and buy the pipe tobacco or the cigarette tobacco in pouches and the tubes in a $42 machine that will let you roll a carton in an hour. And they cost $1 a pack doing it that way. If you're going to smoke like me, quit paying that damn state tax. Roll your own.
Yeah. We done roll your own a couple of different times. Never could find any tobacco that made up for what we was smoking or that we could get used to. We just used the single tube deal. You pack it and then
Yep.
rack it or whatever you call it.
We started buying from Idaho because you could buy off the reservation up there, and they were $25 a carton instead of $55 a carton. And then I'm like, you know what? You buy the tobacco, you buy the tubes, you roll your own with a filter and everything. It came out to $1 a pack instead of $25 a carton. It's now $10 a carton.
Yeah.
Now I'd love to quit. I'd love to quit this. I've tried 15 times. Doesn't work.
Doing roll your own, I usually had to smoke 2 or 3 roll your owns to right in a row to get the regular cigarette taste
You know,
or
actually, these,
feel.
I use the Tops rolling machine. It's $42. It's a metal machine. It's got a handle on it.
Yeah.
And they're every bit as tight. They smoke just as long as a store-bought cigarette, and they're a lot cheaper. Just what I found out. I know what you're saying. I used to use that little handheld thing where you roll them one at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing's crap. You're going to break more tubes than you're going to get a good cigarette out of. Now, going to the way we roll them now, that probably saved me actually about $300 a month. If we quit altogether, that'd be probably $500 a month. Just can't seem to let it go. I've tried time and time again. Just can't let it go.
Yeah, whenever I quit smoking, it was because I couldn't smoke anymore, and I had to sit in doctor's office for 4 hours on oxygen and taking nebulizer treatments. I decided that day that it was time for me to quit.
I hear that, brother. I do. My doctor calls me an asshole because he knows I've been smoking since I was 10 years old, which means I've been smoking for 37 years. And he listens to my lungs every time I go in, and he's like, they're clear, and I don't understand why. And I don't either. I've been smoking, like I said, since I was 10. Never had a problem breathing, no lung problems. I have some allergy problems, but not anything to do with my breathing. And it drives him nuts because he's like, you need to quit smoking. And I'm like, yeah, I know I do. But your lungs are clear. I don't get that. And I'm like, I don't either. I've been abusing them for years.
Yeah, I thought I had my roll your own things in this junk bucket, but it must be in my other one that's loaded with stuff.
I know that feeling. I got crap stored all over here.
Then I bought this for whenever we was out of rolls, and take about a puff or two of tobacco without any kind of filter in this, and had a buzz for hours.
Yeah, no filter? Yeah. I'll show you this one. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
That's a pipe, and you can put tobacco in it. You can put whatever you want to in it.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, that top portion, you don't put anything in. That comes off. You put what you're going to smoke in here. Put this section back on. It has a ceramic filter in it, and there's another one back here in this part. So all that, no flame gets down to what you're burning. It's just hot air. The flame stays up here, and only the hot air transfers down. So what you're basically getting is vapor, not smoke, not the tar. It's sold for pot smokers, but it works for tobacco really well because all the tar stays up here in this filter section, And the only thing that touches tobacco is hot air that comes back through this side. So you're getting the nicotine, but you're not getting the tar. You're not getting the you're still getting the drug, the nicotine, but you're not getting all the carcinogens that are associated with the smoke. And when you exhale, it's like just you don't see any smoke at all. You just exhale, and nothing comes out of your mouth.
Do you know Matteo 674?
Sounds familiar, but I can't actually honestly say that I know them. The tag sounds familiar.
Out there in the external, they said, roll your own cigarettes. Those were the days.
Oh, you can still roll your own now. Those were the days. Yeah, not a lot of people do it anymore, but you can still do it.
Yeah, if a person, especially if a person's a heavy smoker, it's worth it.
Well, the tobacco you get in the pouches are not as bad for you. Doesn't have as much chemicals in it as what you get from Marlboro or any of the name brands, because they put chemicals and things in there to make it more addictive. If you're gonna quit smoking, start rolling your own. It'll be easier to, once you wean yourself off to that, to quit from that, and be cheaper.
But when you are, when you do roll your own cigarettes, make a couple and set them aside somewhere. That way, for when you're out and you're rolling more, you got some to smoke.
Mateo, what's up, brother? You want to jump in here on the live chat?
Oh, Mateo, I thought it was Matteo. My bad.
No, that's Mateo. That's my brother. My brother from another mother. Kinda, sorta. He keeps trying to convert me over to CZs from the Glocks.
I have no preference on pistols. I haven't used very many, and I haven't owned them, so I don't have a say as to which ones I think are better. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Sorry, I'm typing in here.
I'll be right back. I gotta get me some more tea real quick.
No problem, brother. Gonna go grab me another beer here in a second too. Just want to see if these two want to jump in on the live link, because it seems like the four of us are all that's left right now. Mateo, this is my first experiment doing a live chat, so tell me what you like about it or don't like about it, other than having to look at my ugly face. As a matter of fact, I'll just switch it back to the dog. That better, guys? Okay, Gears jumping out for a bio break. I'm going to do the same. Hope you guys are still here in about 2 minutes when we get back on live chat. I'll be right back. Oh.
The toolbox. Everyone's taking a piss. All right, cool.
Hello there. How you doing?
Hey, Gary, you're freaky with that, like, that rainbow hat on.
Are you having a good one?
Oh, actually, I remember. I remember now. It was like back in the 80s. It was, call it clown stuff. That was long ago. Like Hillary and Bill. Yeah.
Yeah, I originally bought the clown wig here. I guess it's been 2 years ago to try to make a funny clown video, but it didn't turn out right. And then on one of the chats, I think it was Jack of all trades, dig that tone.
Yeah, Jack, yeah.
Someone had a mask on, and then I thought, yeah, I can get my clown wig.
That's cool, man. Yeah. I'm thinking of the Grateful Dead album. There's a Grateful Dead album that has like a guy on the front, cartoon character, with like a rainbow wig on, and they also have an ice cream cone like splattering into their forehead, like, going boom, like into their forehead, like, you know, wow. I don't know.
Hey, Stuart, welcome.
What's up?
Glad to see you here.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna crash soon, but I thought I'd jump in real quick.
We're all going to crash in.
Yeah, I'm really tired.
Now, Mateo, do you have a microphone? Click the link. Get in here, brother. Keep trying to get him in here. All right, Stuart, what's on your mind, man? You've been talking up a storm out in the externals.
Yeah.
And I can't really keep up with all of that, even though there's not that many out there.
Well, what kind of questions do you have?
No, I want to know what you have questions about.
I don't have questions about a whole lot of things.
You've been talking away in the external, man. Tell me something. Pick up this thing and run with it.
I'm not running with anything. I'm right here. Yeah, I just see a lot of people. Okay, all right, here we go. I just see a lot of people talking over and over and over again about the same subject and not getting really to the point of what the real, um, uh, ignition of the situation is. Like the ignition, like who really created this? Why are we talking about this now? You know, and I look at history and I study it. I've been living history, and it comes from 30 years ago. Like what they've been doing. Everyone, it's just such a circular kind of thing that's just like out of control. And I think we ought to understand that, move beyond that, and actually voice our opinion about that, and do the best we can. I mean, it's very difficult to control large masses of people, and you can't do that like easily at all. And I've been watching this for years, accumulate and accumulate. And now I think a lot of you people actually didn't understand what was going on. Now it's happening. Now you're all like, what do we do next? Well, you're all scattered. Like you're trying to figure out a plan. You're trying to do something. You're finally learning. And that was the thing that was taught to us, that when people finally realize what's going on, they're going to be freaking out. And that's what I'm seeing. You guys are freaking out because you didn't realize what was going on. And the whole generations and generations of things that have been compiling, it's like so heavy for us to deal with right now that it's beyond our control. It's way beyond. It's way beyond our control.
I hear what you're saying. I mean, history is there. People can read about it. They just don't want to believe it.
Yeah.
It's been going on for, like you said, generations and generations.
And
collapse of government, collapse of countries have happened over and over again.
The first
everybody in the U.S. thinks that we're the chosen ones. It will never happen here. Give me a break.
Right, and that's Frank Zappa's 1968 song. It was like, it can't happen here. On the Freak Out album. It can't happen here. I'm telling you, my dear, it can't happen here. It is happening. It is happening.
It is happening. It has happened. Go back 30 years and look at the civil rights movement and what that did to the country.
Well, I'm not going back there because we are dealing with right now.
Yeah, I know.
Okay?
I know.
I'm
just saying nobody ever learns from history.
Right.
Nobody ever learns from history.
A lot of people don't even know history. The thing is that we are in a tight position right now. As if you can understand, you see it around you. You're wondering why, and you're trying to deal with it. And any option you have, like voting for a president or a legislator, anything like that, is not the answer anymore. We're getting to that point where you're all looking at like who's going to be your leader, on the system that's been doing whatever they want for a long, long period of time, and you can't make a change. It's called stalemate. It's called like checkmate. It's like there you are. You can't do anything now because people let it slide. They let it slide for years. We all been warning everybody about it. And now I'm seeing exactly what we were warning you people about. Because I didn't really know. I was just going along with the program of like, we are humans and we need to like make our own rules and stuff like that and live on this planet. And all these assholes keep bashing us down because they believed what the media was telling them every single fucking day while they drive in their car to work, go to the special observation places of corporate control, and utilizing the new technology into their own dimension of what they call reality now, which is sitting in front of a little teeny fucking screen, playing with their fingers on the screen to touch apps and do shit to train robots in a highly sophisticated uh, mechanized world of military power that is supremacy upon our being as a natural living life force. Good night, people. Thank you very much, Greg. You're a good guy, and good to meet everybody out here. Have a great week, and peace, people.
Good to see you, Stuart. Thanks for dropping in, and I get what I actually get what you're saying. A lot of people don't, but I do. Dear, you're still there? Testing, testing, testing. Anybody out there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Had to go to the other room real quick.
It's okay. Stuart dropped in and dropped his usual ranix in here. I agree with a lot of what he says, but not all of it. But he knows that.
I heard the first half of what he was saying and somewhat the second half.
You know, he makes some really good points about some things, but then he just kind of drops off into the tin hat area sometimes. I love him. I love what he has to say. I'll always let him have his say. I don't agree with all of it, but I do agree with some of it. Trying to get Mateo back in here. He's having a problem with Chrome dropping him out. Mateo, you there? I see your icon.
They might have to set their microphone and camera up if they have one.
Yeah, go up to the gear icon at the top of the screen, and even if it has your microphone there, set it to default and set it back. I had that same problem, Mateo. It made me sound like Alan the Chipmunk the first time I got on the live chat. Well, his block's still there, so I know he's connected. Getting that mic to work the first time's a bear. It really is.
Yeah, I use a microphone that's built into the webcam.
That's what I use. Unless Julia's on, then I have to mute my mic on the webcam and just go off her mic, which is, I don't know, 5 feet away from me, but it still picks my voice up.
Yeah.
But if I have my webcam turned on, the mic on it turned on, you get that echo effect. So when we're both on, we just have to use one mic. And hers has the push to talk button on it, which is great because we can mute when everybody else is talking. If I can get her to understand that you don't just turn that on and leave it on.
Yeah, I have a different mic. It's just one of those like $14 ones that comes with a stand, but it won't work anymore.
Yep. Mateo's having problems with Chrome. If you can hear me, Mateo, try it on Foxborough or Firefox. You might have to play with your audio settings in Windows. Go to the, go to those settings, your audio settings in, what's it called? Hang on. A control panel, and go to those settings and play with it a little bit. It's a bear to get on the first time. Once you figure it out, it's pretty simple, but it's a bear to get on the first time.
Yeah, I like having a microphone separate from the webcam. That way I can set the webcam wherever I want.
That's another idea there, Mateo, is just unplug your mic from the computer for a second. Give it like 5 seconds, plug it back in, see if it works then. Because sometimes Windows is weird about settings. Oh, Windows 10. That might make a huge difference. Have not upgraded to Windows 10.
Neither have I.
I didn't even upgrade to 8. I'm still on 7. Until Windows 10 comes out with Surface Pack 2, I will not be upgrading.
And this computer come with 8, so that's, well, I guess I'm actually using 8.1 now.
Oh, I'm an old school guy. I built this computer. I built Julia's computer. They're running on Windows 7. They got 16 gigs of memory, 2 terabyte hard drives, nice motherboards, and they're running just great on 7. I have no problems with anything on 7. I had a test bed that I went to 8 on, and I actually took it out in the backyard and shot it with a shotgun. It pissed me off that much.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I will upgrade to 10, but I will pop this hard drive out of my computer, put a fresh hard drive in there, put 10 on that, see how it runs. If I don't like it, I can pop that hard drive out and put the old system back in place on 7. Yeah, you're right, Stan. Windows 10 drivers suck for older equipment. Now, if you bought your mic yesterday or last month, it's probably going to work with 10. If you have an older mic or an older camera, it's not going to really work with 10. The driver pack sucks on 10.
Mm-hmm. So I won't be upgrading then until I absolutely have to, and then some.
Yeah, it's like Stan just said. They will not fuck with 7 too much. Too many businesses run on it. They're not going to fuck it up.
Yeah.
Unless you actually accidentally click on that upgrade to 10 for free thing, then everything, all of your data gets pushed out to the cloud. You don't have any control of it. It just pushes everything that's on your hard drive out to the cloud.
Mm. I used to have 7 on a laptop, but laptops really just ain't my thing. I'd rather have a desktop.
I've tried pads. I've tried laptops. I still like the old keyboard and mouse, full-size tower computer.
Yeah.
I'm old school. It's just what I'm comfortable with. I have a smartphone. I can use it. I have a pad. I can use it. But it's still more comfortable just to sit down with a keyboard and a mouse. Hey, Stan, do you want to link to join in here? I see Mateo's back, at least his icon is.
Yeah, he said over there in the said something over here in the side chat thing.
Oh yeah, Firefox is trying to install it. Yeah. And there's the link if you want to jump in. And Mateo, brother, keep trying, man. I'd love to have you on the live chat. You can school me about CZs and why I should throw my Glock away.
It's been about 3.5 hours, hasn't it?
Just about, yeah. Pretty good for a first try, huh?
Yeah.
Not a lot of people, but it's been going on for a while. They hadn't, cut me off yet.
Yeah, I think the cutoff is 8 hours, I think.
I don't know. The first time I ever tried it, I didn't. It was back when you had to have at least 50 subs and something like 10 videos before you could actually post a live chat. But they've cut that back down. Anybody can do a live chat now. Okay, Stan, I understand. We're probably going to be cutting this off pretty soon. It's been going on for a while. Gear's been hanging in here with me like a trooper. I just want to actually hear Mateo get on here for one time. It's like trying to get Julia in. I've been trying to get her to, participate in some live chats for about 6 months now, and she finally did tonight. It was a learning curve with her mic on and my mic on, but I think we got it all figured out. And I was just glad to see her. She's so shy. I was just glad to see her get on and talk to people.
Yeah, she seems like she's come a long ways in just the last week.
Oh, she's a very smart lady. She has a lot of good ideas and a lot of good opinions, but she's usually telling them to me and telling me to tell it to you guys, and I'm like, no. They need to hear that from you. You don't need to be telling me to say it. You need to be saying it, and I finally got that through to her.
Yeah.
And I'm so proud of her for actually getting on. And the whole time she's muting her mic and going, do I sound stupid? Can they hear me? Do I sound stupid? I'm like, no, you don't sound stupid. You're coming through fine. You're making good points. And then she's like, well, I said something you didn't agree with. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I want you to put your opinion out there. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with anybody on the panel. Put your point of view out there.
If everyone agreed on everything, then there wouldn't be much chatting going on.
Exactly. It'd be boring as hell if we all agreed with each other. She actually had a really good time tonight. I don't know if she told you guys that. It was a really good experience for her. She's like happy as hell. And she's going to be being more vocal in the future. For better or for worse, she's going to be on. You guys are going to listen to her, whether you want to or not. I actually think she has some good points. I don't agree with all of them, but I think she has some good points.
Stan out there said he got a video of his wife shooting. Now she wants to start her own channel.
Awesome, Stan. Encourage her to do that. Seriously.
Then he asked if she's self-conscious or afraid of offending.
Oh, you talking about Julia? A little bit of both. And I keep telling her, it's YouTube. You can say whatever the hell you want to. You're not out here to get popularity points. You're out here to get your point across and to discuss. You all know I don't agree with most of you about half of what we talk about, and you don't agree with me. It's the opportunity to get out and discuss and talk those points out with people that are in the same mindset. That's what keeps me coming back, is just the opportunity to talk to people, whether we agree or don't, about the same subject matter, if that makes sense. And that's what I keep telling Julia, Stan, tell your wife, yeah, put her own channel out there. Whatever point she wants to make, whether it's women shooting or just her points on shooting, whatever, put her own channel out there. Tell me what it is. I'll sub to it. I'll tell everybody I know to sub to it. Just get out there and do it. It took me, what, 2.5 years to actually get to where I would comment in live chats or anything else, because I thought people would tell me I'm stupid. And I have been told that I'm stupid and my ideas are stupid. That's great. That's okay. If you don't ask questions, you don't get any answers. Stan, if you're not offending someone, you're not doing it right. Yes and no. Yes and no, brother. I try not to offend anybody, but you know I'm going to put my point of view out there, whether it offends or not. I try not to offend, but if I say something that offends somebody, I really don't care at all if I offend you.
Can we hear me now?
Oh, Mateo's on here now. Thank you.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
after much trying.
Oh, you had to jump through hoops like I did to actually get people to hear your voice?
Oh, no, I just had to get the program or the plugin to go ahead and accept.
Yeah, I went through that and then all kinds of other hoops because I didn't understand how YouTube really worked until about a year ago.
Oh, the worst part is Chrome actually had more problems.
Oh, going through Chrome's firewall is like trying to break into a bank. It really is.
I can't stand Chrome. I have high-speed internet, and I can't even watch 1080p without it stopping every 8 seconds.
Yep. Firefox is better, but you have to download a lot of... You still have to download a lot of plugins to make Firefox work on everything.
Well, you got to be careful. You get too many plugins now with this newest version of it, and then it doesn't want to run right. It runs like Chrome.
Yeah. They're all still better than Internet Explorer.
Well, Internet Explorer is gone. Now you have a newer version of Internet Explorer, but this new version doesn't allow any plugins whatsoever.
Oh, the Windows 10 version?
Yeah, I forget what it's called. I'd have to look here. What the heck do they call it? It's something with Edge. Microsoft Edge. That's what it's called.
Edge, that's it. I have a test bed that I actually installed 10 on, and it's still up and running, but I don't know, call me old-fashioned. I don't like it.
I'd
I
go
just
back to the
really
days
don't
of
like it.
XP if I could.
Oh, I could roll all the way back to 98, I think. But 7,
XP I liked better than 98. I mean, if I'm
Yeah.
going to go that far back, I might as well go back to 95.
yeah. So far, to me, the most stable system that I've ever ran on any test bed or one of my PCs is 7. 7 has its problems, but it's the most stable I've seen in the last 15 years.
My problem with 7 was this. It was on an Acer, so I have constantly had problems.
Well, yeah, you can't blame that on the software, though. That was on an Acer. That's
I blame
hardware
it on
problems.
the computer.
Yeah, that's hardware. All right, I'm going to stop talking about computer problems here. Or unless you guys want to switch over, we can talk computers all night long.
You can talk about whatever you want. I'm usually not up this late, but
I really,
a few changes in life have happened.
I really need you to introduce yourself to everybody else on here. I'm going to go grab a pack of smokes, and I'll be right back. And then I want you to try to talk me into switching from a Glock to a CZ.
I don't know, man.
You're halfway there already. I'm halfway converted already. I just want to know the.
I've noticed one
over-the-top
thing
shit.
in all my years. Once you get used to that single or that striker fire trigger, man, I don't see many guys coming back. And I knew some hardcore 1911 guys, and they went Glock, and that was it.
You know, I like my Glock. The only thing I don't really like about it is the trigger. But in a shit hits the fan situation,
I hate the feel of it.
that adrenal dump, I don't care what trigger you have on any gun, you're not going to feel any difference when it's bang, bang, bang.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. I mean, it's nice when you have one trigger pull to deal with. I will grant you that. But when you're in the middle of it, you don't notice. It could be 20 pounds. You're just going to jerk it and go.
Exactly. And as far as, you know, lining up sights in a shit hits the fan defensive situation, 7 yards, you're not really even looking at those sights either. You're looking at the threat, not the sights.
Oh, I already know that. I got charged last weekend by 5 raccoons. Trust me, I was hammering the trigger.
5 raccoons?
5 of them. And, man, if you've been to Paris Island, you know the fear of raccoons. Man, those things are vicious.
If you've lived in South Carolina, you know the fear of raccoons.
Oh, yeah. This was a big old mama raccoon, and she had, like 3 or 4 little youngins. And one of them, man, I know he's male because he was baring teeth and wanting to charge me. And then when I let the first round off, man, they were like, okay, we're coming. I was like, screw this. Pap, 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 pap.
Anybody that tells you a raccoon is cute has never actually faced one in the wild. They are vicious. They are vicious.
Hey, I remember coming back from that Hell Week, Field Week, right there, down with rifle. You know what I'm talking about. We're coming back from something, and we had left this new DI that we had picked up. And as we're coming around the corner on those old airfields there on Paris Island, it looks like he's breakdancing. I kid you not. Until we get close enough, and my senior drill instructor grabs whoever's rifle it was, and he hauls ass down to where this drill instructor. Come to find out, we had walked away from our meals. We had however many MREs left open, and these raccoons went after him. Because when we got there, there was 2 or 3 dead raccoons that were all beat to death, and our brand new drill instructors just tore up.
Okay, man. Back that up about 30 seconds. I had to leave the room. I didn't hear the last part of that.
Oh, well, you know how right after Rifle Week you got Field Week, and we're out doing all the little fun stuff that you do for Field Week. We start eating, we get told that we have to be somewhere, so we leave. We had a new drill instructor we had picked up midway through, you know.
Okay.
So they leave him to do gear watch while we go off to do, I forget what the heck it was. Oh, it was that little obstacle course where you got to feel over the top for supposed bombs and then feel underneath, and you're running around with your rifle. So
Yeah.
we're coming back from this, and we're coming around the corner on one of the airstrips, and it looks like this drill instructor's breakdancing until we get close. Then my senior drill instructor grabs somebody's rifle and he hauls ass down to where he's at. And he starts beating raccoons to death trying to get them off of him. And he's just shredded.
No, I bet.
You know, he's like, you know, young sergeant. You know, he'd been with us just long enough that the only thing he's wearing is constantly his Charlies and his Smoky. That's it. And he's just tore up. And like, okay, boys, you're getting ready to do a Field Week. We usually give you a little class on Fear of the Raccoons, but I think you've already got the idea. It's like, yeah.
That was on PI?
Yeah, this was down at Parris Island. And from this day on, man, like, my girlfriend has seen me haul ass. Like, I came out, you know, I didn't have anything on me, and there's a raccoon. I was like, nope, we ain't going anywhere. But the movie's starting now. We ain't going out there.
Yeah. I had almost the same thing happen to me when I was going through PI, but it wasn't a new DI. He knew better. He actually knew better. And he's still doing that same breakdance move that you're talking about because you didn't have a weapon on him, didn't have anything to beat him off with. And the two, the senior DI and the other DI come running up. We were on the firing line. We were in second phase on the firing line when this happened. And this guy's standing off past the towers with the machine guns.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking in the same area where you're on the old airfields from World War II, I think it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now, we had got, I guess maybe the school, which is right there for drill instructors, you know, so they take the guys who are getting ready to get out and they shadow them with a class.
Yep.
And that's the guy that we left behind. It's like, okay, you know, it was 2066 Gulf Company. He's like, hey, you know, you all got to be here. Okay, you're going to stay here and do gear watch. When we come back, he's just shredded. Just done.
Okay. Now, the first time I ever saw coon, I was 14 years old. I'm going out hunting with my grandfather and my cousin, okay, in South Carolina at night. And the first thing they told me to do was take a nip off this bottle. We're all sitting there with loaded guns, and they're passing a bottle around of wild turkey. They turn the dogs loose. We're sitting around a campfire waiting for the dogs to beg, and they're passing this bottle of wild turkey around. I'm 14. My cousin's like 35. My grandfather's like 60. And we're all passing this bottle around. And I'm like, is this safe? And they're like, shut up and drink. And I'm like, okay. So then the dogs start baying. So we all go trumpeting out, you know, following the dogs into these woods at night. No headgear, no night vision, just a bunch of fucking rednecks with rifles and shotguns. So we're tripping through the brush, we're tripping through creeks, we're following the dogs, we're drunk. We finally find where the dogs have the coon tree, and my grandfather says, okay, this is your first hunt, you get the first shot. I'm like, okay, cool. I had a 22. I had a Marlin 22. And they're spotlighting the coon. I can see his eyes, and I pop him right between the fucking eyes, and the coon falls down dead. And my grandfather whooped my ass for like 15 minutes. And when he got done, I'm like, why are you kicking my ass? He's like, you don't shoot the coon dead. You back him down. You shoot in front of him, back him down the tree so that the dogs can kill him. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
That wasn't my first experience. My first experience with them was 15. We were in the woods doing what teenagers do in the woods. You know, all the stuff you ain't supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. This thing had to be about the size of a poodle. Oh, look, it's a raccoon. And I remember a good buddy of mine's like, man, I don't think you should mess with it. No, man, ain't you seen the movies? They're friendly. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever, man. I left because I knew bad things were happening. We'd been drinking. You know, somebody started passing around a joint, and I hear, oh, it's all right. This is like in the movies. It's like, yeah, those are the key words for me to go.
Yeah.
So
Time
I
to
had
leave.
seen one. I didn't have the fun of what a raccoon could do to you until I got to Parris Island. Then I saw the drill instructor get tore up. But the best one had to be, you know, when you do that simulated combat BS right there at the end of field week?
Yep.
Well, the guys next to me in their little freaking fighting hole, all of a sudden I hear one guy, man, you ain't laying in my lap. And all of a sudden, the voice from behind him goes, I'm not even in the hole. And the next thing you hear is, like, oh yeah. And then you just see him hauling ass.
Oh, I bet.
It tore the heck out of his crotch to the point that he was dropped out of the series.
Oh,
So I don't know how bad this thing did him damage, but it did him damage enough to get dropped, you know, right there in third phase.
When you were going through Boot, how many people got dropped from your platoon?
Well, first phase was the biggest drop. Right after that, anybody who got dropped was either because couldn't swim, couldn't shoot, or they got hurt.
Yeah. First phase was phenomenal for me because that's all I ever wanted to do was get in the Marine Corps. That's all I ever wanted to do was get in the Marine Corps. And you know, you go through the whole thing. You're on the bus, get on my footsteps. You know,
Yeah.
get on my yellow footsteps, and you know, people freaking out. You're getting on Parris Island at midnight or thereabouts, and two guys just fucking freaked right there on the bus. They were like, "Ugh," and ran.
Oh,
There's
no.
nowhere to run to. They just started running. And
No.
then the next week we had,
Mine
I
is
think,
better.
10 drop.
Continue on, and I'll tell you the joy of my first night on Parris Island.
Oh, we got past the, you know, get on my footsteps thing, go in there into the induction center, fill out all this paperwork, get yelled at. You don't even get your training platoon for like 2 days. You get to your training platoon. That was the funniest thing to me because when I was going in, that was when mothers, what was that organization? All these moms didn't like what was going on in boot camp. What was the name of the organization? It's
I
not
don't know what
mom.
you're talking about. That's when those rumors of stress card BS started up.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that stuff was a rumor. God, even after I was, you know, through boot camp, I don't know if that ever actually happened.
we finally get to our training platoon, first phase, and my senior drill instructor, Sergeant Galbraith, comes out and says, okay, school circle, rear quarterdeck, everybody back there, we all go and fall in, and he introduces us to our DIs, and, you know, he's the senior DI. I'll never forget one of the lower DIs, one of the secondary DIs was named, his last name was Anus. And we all cracked up. I mean, how are you going to sit there and yell at him, yes, sir, Sergeant Anus, without thinking asshole? That's
I'm
not
surprised with a name like that. I'm surprised they'd even let him be a DI.
Oh, he was a DI. He was a good one, too. He was actually one of the good ones. But, yeah, the name, oh, my God. But
I can remember the name of all three of mine, and Anus just wasn't one of them.
Anus. try to yell that standing at attention and keep a straight face. Just think about that. And he knew it. He knew it too. He would let it slide if you smirked. But if you actually laughed, oh my God. If you actually laughed, it's going to be fucking disco quarterdeck for you for at least 15 minutes. But I digress. We're all back there on the rear quarterdeck, and the senior DI comes out and says, "Okay, here's the deal, guys. This organization thinks that we're being too tough on you. So here's your choices. You do anything wrong, it's going to go on your permanent record. It's going to be a black spot on your permanent record. It's never going to come off. Or if you do something wrong, we can smack you back in line, and it never goes on your permanent record. Doesn't affect your ability to advance in rank. That's your choice. We're all going to walk back into the DI house, and you've got 5 minutes to talk amongst yourself. But when we come back, we need a decision, and it has to be unanimous." So they go back to the DI house. We talk amongst ourselves. He comes back and says, "What's it going to be?" And we said, "Your way, Sergeant." 2 minutes after that, we had 3 black eyes and a broke nose, but nobody got any black marker on their fucking record. And moms against whatever never heard a fucking thing about it.
No, that's not the way it went for us. In fact, we didn't even have any of those conversations. During first phase, they would bring up something about, "We don't want you writing home to your mommy saying that we've done, something, something, something." It wasn't until second phase. You know how the barracks were in that H shape?
Yep.
Okay. Well, in between is where, like, the mechanical room is and the boiler and all that good stuff.
Yep.
Well, that's where they'd walk you back with a phone book. They'd make you hold the phone book to your chest, and they'd start beating the crap out of you.
Yep.
And you knew you were in trouble because it would be 2 DIs that would walk directly behind you. And in boot camp, you always walked behind the DI.
Mm-hmm.
So you knew something was up when you walked past the showers and both of them were behind you. Yeah. I didn't know if I screwed up, but I'm pretty sure now that I screwed up.
At this point in time, I'm in for an ass whooping. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, later on, you get to know them as the NCO walk, but back then it was like, crap.
Did you ever get put on the fire watch?
Oh, God. It seemed like every third night I was on fire watch, but my platoon was huge. We had like 76, 77 people to begin with.
When did you go in?
Oh, my God. 92.
Okay. I went in 86. I went in 86. And I don't know if it was my attitude or my height. One of them caught the attention of the DIs. I was on fire watch constantly. And part of it was cool because I was on fire watch when they went out for PT.
Man.
For the first 2 weeks. No, I was on fire watch when the platoon went out for PT for the first 2 weeks. And I thought that was cool for the first 15 minutes. And then I realized that you got PT'd with the other guy that was on fire watch, and it was you and 2 DIs and that other guy. They're not having to watch the whole platoon. They're just watching you.
Now, that thing about doing fire watch and somebody staying behind didn't happen until we got our rifles issued to us. Nobody stayed behind.
Yeah, that was like 3 weeks, no, 1.5 weeks in when you got to, you all went out and stood at attention as a platoon in front of the armory, and then you go in one at a time and get issued.
Oh, God, no, that happened for us much later. It wasn't until, like, I don't know, I want to say like 2 weeks before rifle range. Right? Because first phase, they basically just focused on getting you to look, like you could march in a group.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know whether it was a geopolitical situation that was going on, but my part of first phase, a week and a half in, we got issued rifles. And then you got schooled on that every night, how to break it down and clean it. Before you ever got to second phase and ever saw a rifle range, you had your rifle. You just didn't have any ammo for it.
Oh yeah, that happened to us. Like right after we got issued. Well, here's how it went. We went down to the armory. We got issued. We marched back with them, and then they handed out locks, and we locked it to the rack. And then we went, we went to chow. It was like, after, midday chow. We came back, did a few things, and then like, I don't know, I want to say like 2 hours before evening chow. That's when we pulled our rifles down and we were given these little mats. And I still have the mat to this day. And, it's like when you break down the M16, all the parts go where the little, cutouts are.
Where the cutouts, yeah.
Yeah, I still have it. Oddly
still
enough,
got mine.
When I clean my AR, I still use that thing.
It's awesome. It works. But I got singled out because I was 6'3" and I weighed 160 pounds.
Oh,
and
no.
I stood head and shoulders over everybody else in the platoon. So I got singled out for everything. I was the first fire watch. I was the first, what do they call it? You're in charge of 10 people underneath you, group leader or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh, you're talking about squad leader?
Squad leader, yeah. I got singled out for that the first time. And, squad leader, it sounds cool. You think, oh, man, I must be the best.
Sucks.
I must be the best. And then you find out what it really means. Everybody underneath you that fucks up, you get singled out for and punished for.
Yeah, I never had that whole squad leader thing. I got to pretty much stay anonymous through most of first phase. My name didn't start coming up until just like that week before second phase, and then luckily, you're into second phase.
Yeah, where you're actually a person.
You're
not a Marine yet, but you're a person.
you're no longer a maggot, but you definitely. The way they say recruit, man, is like,
yeah. When I was going through boot camp, I thought it was absolute hell. I thought I could not be in a worse place ever. I was an only kid. I got everything I ever wanted. I was pampered. I was spoiled. And then I went into boot camp. I thought it was absolute hell. After coming out the other end, serving my time, being a father of 7 kids, I am so fucking glad I went through boot camp.
See, I never thought it was like, the worst thing that I'd ever been in. I was constantly questioning, did I do the right thing?
I get that. I did too. And I was constantly questioning whether they were teaching me the right thing.
Because when you're duck walking around, you gotta wonder, are they for real? Is this like the actual stuff I need to know?
That was the biggest problem I had with boot camp was trying to second guess the program.
Yeah.
Because if you just fall in line and do what you're told, you'll get through, no problem. And I was the guy going, Sergeant, why? And oh my God, don't ever volunteer for anything. Don't ever raise your hand and ask why.
I never did any of that. But like you, I was constantly questioning what the heck was going on, and I think that was like my worst enemy because, stupid 18-year-old. I think I knew better. Like,
yeah.
Why are they making me do this retarded stuff?
I know how to walk.
And what the heck is the importance of spraying freaking water and Lysol on the ground and then running on my hands and feet with a rag? to
Yeah.
clean the floor. Don't they make mops for this stuff?
Dust bunnies. Yeah.
Yeah. Put some snow good on the floor, recruit.
Oh my God. Now, the worst part I had in basic training, it didn't last 11 weeks for me. It lasted 3 months and 3 months and 15 days. The reason being is when we got to second phase, I'd been getting letters from my girlfriend every day. And if I could go back and strangle her to this day, I would, because she sprayed them with perfume. And when that mail call came through, everybody in the squad bay could smell that shit, including the DIs. And she wrote one a day and sent one out a day. And that was cool. It kept my morale up. I got a lot of ribbing about it, but when I got into second phase, I stopped getting them for about a week and a half. No letter came. No letter
Start
came.
asking your questions, and that whole Jody's doing this and Jody's doing that starts getting into your head.
Yeah. And then I got called into to the DI house because I was squad leader. I was A number one, kept my guys in line. I did what I was supposed to. I still questioned shit, but I didn't really verbalize it. But yeah, I got these letters every day, and they stopped coming in second phase, and I got a call to the DI house. And the DI, when I walked, you know what it's like going in the DI house. You walk in the door, you brace up at attention, you announce yourself, and you wait for him to talk.
Oh, no. That's not how it was when I was in, man. They had this little red panel outside the door. It was made of wood.
Yeah.
And you had to slap that thing 5 times. And then you had to scream at the top of your lungs, drill instructor! I don't even remember all the stuff it was, but it was like, drill instructor such and such, recruit so-and-so, request permission to speak with you. And then you had to wait for him to say, granted. And then even after he said granted, you had to wait for him to let you into the drill instructor's hut.
It wasn't like that in 86 for me. You just stood on.
But wait a
like
minute. Which battalion were you? Were you first, second, or third?
What? Sorry,
which battalion were you? First, second, or third?
Third.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why it's different. I've heard guys from 1980 say that's the same thing as far as second battalion, but third battalion, I've never heard any of those stories.
No, there was that same. It was in the floor. It was a red tile in the floor, and you stood on that and you banged on the door, announced yourself. He would either come and let you in or dismiss you or whatever. He let me in. You still came 3 steps in, braced at attention, facing him, and announced yourself again, your rank, your name, all that. And I'm standing there doing that, and he said, "At ease, Campbell." And I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, that was never good.
I've never heard him say at ease to anybody. And he said, "At ease, Campbell. Sit down in this chair." And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I sat down in the chair, and he said, "Look, there's a reason you haven't been getting letters from your girlfriend." And the chair is like slightly off to the right of center of his desk.
Uh-huh.
And he says, "The reason you haven't been getting letters from your girlfriend is she got killed in a car accident. We cannot release you from training to go to the funeral." And I'm sitting there going, fuck me. Really? Seriously? God damn it. And he said, "Dismissed, get up, go back to training." And I remember getting up out of the chair. I do not remember striking him in the face and jumping across that desk. But they tell me that's what I did. I woke up in the brig.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Because when you walk in, you don't see those two guys on either side of the door.
Uh-huh.
But they said, yeah, I did break his nose. I don't know. I never saw him again as a training DI. I went into a different training platoon when I came out of the brig. But yeah, they tell me I jumped the desk and broke his nose.
Yeah, the only incident we had like that, and it wasn't in my platoon. It wasn't even in the lead series. It was in the follow series. They had this drill instructor. He was already on his last leg. And get this, he was on his last leg for putting his hands on the recruits to the point that, they were not just getting hurt, but getting dropped from the cycle.
Yeah.
Well, he decided to grab this one guy, and trying to remember, Merrill, that was his name. And Merrill's backstory was interesting as all get out. I ended up pretty much serving with him for the rest of the time I was in the Corps. But he put his hands on Merrill. Merrill just happened to come from Boston and had 5 different freaking black belts.
Oh, nice.
It took all of like 3 or 4 seconds, and I just happened to be there with another guy from my platoon, and we were going to do gear watch for him. He put his hands on him. Man, I think it was all of 3 seconds. Merrill had him on the ground, knocked out a few teeth, broke his nose, just about had him unconscious. So about 2, maybe 3 hours later, I was in the drill instructor's hut having to recount everything that I'd seen.
Yeah.
We didn't see him anymore.
Well,
not Merrill. I'm talking about the drill instructor.
Yeah.
I think they needed to get rid of him because, I guess they worried that the recruits wouldn't respect him anymore because the whole platoon got to witness it.
I can tell you this much. I remember jumping my senior DI. I remember going across the desk and reaching for him. I don't remember much after that until I woke up in the brig. And I spent 2 weeks in the brig on PI. Then they put me back in a different training platoon. And not the senior DI, one of the junior DIs asked me if that experience in the brig would keep me in line. And I told him, honestly, Sergeant, that's the best 2 weeks I ever spent on PI. I got to sleep as long as I wanted to. I didn't have to do anything that anybody didn't tell me to do, and I got fed 3 times a day. So no, it didn't really teach me a lesson.
Now see, that right there was like the catch-all in my head. I told myself, it's like, I got to make it through here. I got to, because I told everybody I'm going off to be a Marine. So that had to happen. But if I had to sit there for any reason and go back and do something over again, I already told myself I was going to quit. I was going to say, fuck it, I'm going home. So I had to make it through in one shot, no delays. I'm there for the shortest amount of time, and thank God that's the way it happened.
I hear you, brother. I was the same way. I had promised so many people back home, I'm going in the Marine Corps. This is what I'm going to do, especially my father, and I'm not going to quit. And I didn't quit. I made it through. The thing that fucked me up was that time in the brig pushed me back by 2 days for my A school for what I signed up for.
Uh-huh. That'll do you, too.
Yeah. So I signed up for crew chief on the Hornet, and I ended up in infantry. And I ended up in infantry, but I had the ASVAB score that said that you're too smart to be in infantry. So they put me in recon. Oh my fucking God. Not what I signed up for, but this is where I am. I'm gonna see it through. And I got put in recon.
I wanted to do recon. I really did.
No, you don't.
No, I really, really did. But I kept listening to my wife. And I didn't do it.
Man, recon, if you hated boot camp, you're really going to hate A school for recon, B school for recon, and then actually be in recon. It's
True.
not fun.
True. I had no illusions that I was going to greener pastures, but considering I was an engineer, I would have went in there, and I think I could have had a blast when it stopped being bullshit training.
Yeah. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Because doing my job was the best part of being a Marine. I mean, you can sit there and say going to other countries, sleeping with their women, all that stuff is great. No, when it comes to doing the job, blowing shit up was the best part of my freaking job.
You know what recon does? They don't get to blow shit up. They don't get to engage anything. They get to go behind enemy lines, map out shit, talk on the radio, pull out a laser finder and paint a target, and then try to get the fuck out after you've blown up that hornet's nest.
True.
Recon sucks.
But as an engineer, I had one hell of a background in infiltration, you know, as far as breaching, getting through fortifications, and that's what interested me. I was like, yeah, blowing stuff up is fine, but the crazier side of me liked doing stuff like defusing landmines, trying to figure out if they had booby traps, were they daisy chained, did it have that pesky little mouse trap on the backside.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean,
engineering
you
is
think jumping out of a
lot
plane
more
is an
fun.
adrenaline rush. You play around with 14 pounds of Comp B that might go off, and I'm telling you, you're amped for the rest of the day.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm just saying, Tyler's talked to me about wanting to go into Force Recon. No, you don't. You really don't. Tyler wants excitement. Engagement.
Oh, you're talking about TE. Yeah.
Yeah. He wants excitement and, engagement. Recon, you're taught not to engage. You learn a lot about how to hold still with bugs crawling all over you and people walking near you and not moving for hours.
They don't just give you recon. So I look at it this way. Let him go in. Let him meet the realities of the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And then see what he wants to do. I mean,
No.
he could turn into one of those guys like I knew who has an MOS and, let's say, changing tires, but almost their entire career was spent in MSG.
Yeah. Tyler, I love that dude to death. I love his patriotism. I love everything about him. But if I could get through to him, into his brain, do not go in the Marine Corps, dude. You're too goddamn smart to go in the Marine Corps. Go into the Air Force.
I don't know. The Marine, you and I both know there's many facets to the Marine Corps. There's plenty of stuff. Now, going in there just wanting to play a gung-ho,
I just worry that he's too much involved with the video games and not the reality.
He might be, but you know what? Until you do it, you're never prepared for the realities of it. You and I both know this.
Oh, yeah. Nobody ever knows what they're going to do when somebody's shooting back at you until somebody's shooting back at you.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm referring to, wherever you go in the Marine Corps is basically a reflection of your command. You end up in a crappy freaking unit, you hate the Corps, and you hate everything about it. You end up in a great unit, you love the Corps, and everything about it.
Yeah. I get you. I just Tyler, my son said, I want to go in the Marine Corps, just like you, Dad. And I'm like, no, you don't. You really don't. You're too damn smart to go in the Marine Corps. And he is too damn smart to go in the Marine Corps. He's going to question everything. He's going to have a problem from the get-go.
But that might be the good thing for him. It's great to question things, but, there is a place for just shut up and do as you're told.
Oh yeah, there is a great place. I wish anybody that wants to get married had to go through some kind of boot camp.
Now, see, that's where I have the problem. If you got a girlfriend, you got somebody you truly, truly care about, break up with them. Break up with them before you go into Marines, before you go into Air Force, before you go in any of that stuff. Because, man, before you are 2 years in, she has probably done half the freaking people that you thought she would never freaking speak to.
Yep.
You're off doing whatever. Just it ain't worth it. No.
And if you're going through that, all you need to concentrate on is you and what you're doing, not what she's doing.
Oh, yeah, because you know we're going to be back in the Middle East, and the last thing you want is a dude on patrol going, man, I wonder who the heck she's, I hope she's not blah, blah, blah. No, that's how you end up in a bag.
I'm a classic.
Just dump her. If she's meant to be yours, she'll be there when you get out.
I'm the classic Jody. When I went in the Marine Corps, my girlfriend that I dated steady for 4 years, when I went in the Marine Corps, she dumped me and took up with my best friend, my absolute best friend, and married the dude.
See, I wish my ex-wife would have done that to me. But no, I went to boot camp. I'd say right after rifle qualifications, that's when I got the letter saying she was pregnant, and I was like, okay, we're going to get married, yada, yada, yada. Oh, just stupid. 9 kinds of stupid.
Ouch, man. Ouch.
And then, of course, my first duty station is Okinawa, Japan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I should have never gotten married. Oh, I'd have saved myself so much heartache.
I laugh my ass off when people say that first Gulf War, 90 was the first time we ever had boots on the ground. I came out of A school in '89, and my first station was Kuwait. My second station was deployed over enemy lines. I'm not going to talk about any camps or anything like that, but yeah, I was right over there in the sandbox, right out of boot camp. Not right out of boot camp, but right out of A school. I was overseas, man.
Yeah. Let's see. I got to Japan. We were still doing the stand down and getting some of the vehicles out.
Mm-hmm.
So got sent over there for, I want to say, 2.5 weeks. And what did we get there to do? Stand guard duty as they're getting the vehicles out.
Yep.
So when I get back, I was in an engineer unit, but I wasn't in a platoon. So the first thing they can think to do with me is stick me in the company office platoon. Me and the other guy that went over there. And of course, we just fell further and further behind until they went, okay, first platoon's supposed to be coming back from their deployment. We're going to stick you in first platoon. And when I end up in first platoon, we're slated to go do cold weather training. It starts off in cannot think of it. It's in Alaska. Then after we get done there, we do more cold. That might be it. We go and do cold weather training on top of Fuji. And then after we get done with that, I think we go, what is it, like 80 miles somewhere in Finland, close to where the Arctic Circle is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I went from almost no training to train in the worst cold ever. And the whole time, I'm getting letters from my now wife about how she's hanging out with some dude, and she's learned what roadhead is.
Oh, God.
Yeah. What's up?
I came out of PI, I got sent home for 2 weeks, and then my A school was in Lejeune. I was in Lejeune for A school. Then they decided I was too smart for infantry. I don't know why. I never told them I was smart. I guess it's all those tests that you took. So I got pulled out of A school in Lejeune, and I got sent to, believe it or not, Cherry Point, North Carolina, Marine Corps Air Station. From Lejeune to Cherry Point to learn how to skydive, you know, learn how to jump out of a fucking airplane. And then I got sent to Luke Air Force Base for more training. And then I got sent to Kuwait, and from Kuwait we got deployed out from there. It was just weird to me. And you know what the bases are.
Yeah.
And I'm like, at any point in time, going to the Middle East, I got no mountain training, and you know how the Middle East is. A lot of mountains, a lot of desert, no desert training other than Luke.
Yeah, I think my desert training went like this. Granted, I was just standing there watching vehicles, either just sitting there or watching vehicles get, moved to be unloaded onto whatever. But it was pretty much, here's your 2 canteens, drink plenty of water. That was my desert training.
Yep. My SEER training was done in Florida. And then I was sent to the Middle East. There's no swamps in the Middle East. That SEER training didn't do me any fucking good in the Middle East at all. It's just weird the way that they send you around in the training areas.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to tell me about it. I remember, got done with the whole cold weather training thing. We come back to the Rock, and at this time, I think maybe half a Delta company is now present. The other half is out on other types of deployments. And it's like, okay, who wants to volunteer for mountain warfare training? Well, how bad can that be? I'll volunteer for that. And I remember my good friend Klein goes, dude, you don't ever volunteer for nothing. No, this should be easy. Oh, my God. Nobody told me I was going to run around and try and climb the side of a mountain with a full combat pack. And I was a 60 gunner. So it was even that much worse, because every time you tried to freaking move around, your gun was catching on something.
Oh, you got the pig hanging off the back of your regular pack.
Oh, no.
In the ammo pack?
You did not get to put it on the back of your pack. It had to stay on you in case you had to, deal with an engagement.
Okay.
That whole you put it on the back of your pack, no. That's stuff you see on TV or you see footage of guys who are just, marching from point A to point B, training-wise. Once you're in the training environment, they want that on you. Like, okay, You're now taking fire. What are you going to do? Well, I'm hanging off of a rope. What the hell am I going to do?
What I was trying to say is on top of everything else that everybody else had, you got that pig and the ammo for that pig on you.
Yeah, your initial 200 rounds, and then you got the pig, and then your A gunner's got your T&E, your tripod, and then another 300 rounds.
Climb, boy, climb.
Yeah. By about this time, I think I was 150 at maybe 5'11". I still wasn't done growing yet.
I hated my height. I was 6'3", 140 Going into boot camp, I was 143. Coming out, I was 165.
Oh God, no! I was 205 going in, and I left at 135.
I actually gained weight in boot camp.
Dude, my wife walked right by me. My father-in-law was the only one that recognized me. She made it, I don't know, 50, maybe 60 feet, and he goes, "Hey!" And I'm turning around, and I'm like looking at her like, "What the hell, man? You just walked right past me." And he's pointing at me, goes, "You remember this guy?" And she's like, "Huh?"
Do you still have those nightmares from boot camp?
Oh, God, no. That stuff went away, I'd say 4 or 5 years after I was out.
Yeah.
Now, I will still have the occasional dream where I'm in and doing like the daily BS. Like when I ended up in a bridge company, it's like, oh, we're going to go out and PM the bridge parts. And I'll wake up the next morning going, what the hell was that all about?
Yeah, that's what I actually meant is you go to bed tonight. You're out. You go to bed tonight and you wake up in the morning going, holy crap. What you just dreamed about, you wake up going, holy crap, I'm here. But that was so real.
Actually, the one that's real for me is the dream where I re-enlist. And I keep having that more and more as I've gotten past the age where I can't re-enlist. It's like, for some reason, I don't know, maybe I was comforted by the thought I might go back in.
I've had that when you got out, that 10-year thing where you can get pulled back in. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, there was the 4-year period that they could recall me on the inactive, but I don't remember anything about the 10-year because
in '86 when I joined up and I got out in 80 or 90. Yeah, for 10 years after that, they could pull me back in anytime they wanted to. No questions asked.
That was not the case for me because.
And when 2000 rolled around, I went, okay.
Yeah,
not that I wouldn't go back if I was needed, but yeah, just that whole thing where it didn't matter what you were doing in your life, you could get pulled back in.
Now, it was like 4 or 5 years later when 9/11 went down, and I was kind of worried that they were going to try and recall me because, you know, it was like supposed to be the end-all be-all event. And I remember I got letters for, I think, 9 months straight because they wanted engineers to come back.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, right after the whole Fallujah thing, I got letters again. But I never once got anything, or anybody goes, aren't you worried about them making you go back in? I went and saw a recruiter because I was like, well, you know, if you're going to try and recall me, I'm just going to go ahead and re-enlist. And I had already, for the most part, set up what I wanted with the recruiter if that was going to happen.
Man, you're a bigger man than me, because when I got out, I'd seen enough. I did not want anything else to do with it. But I still could be recalled for 6 years. And I was like, when that 6 years...
Did you go in on QEP?
Yeah.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why.
And don't get me wrong. Fuck, if they take me today, I'd go back in tomorrow. But at that point in time, when I got out, I was just glad to be out. I did some shit.
3 years ago, I heavily thought about going back. 3 years ago. And I don't know why I didn't. I just ended up not doing it.
I know why I didn't do it. I'm 47. They said, no, thanks. but no thanks.
Well, yeah, I'm past the cutoff too now, but I really don't know. The whole reason why I got out initially wasn't because I wanted out. I mean, my experiences hadn't been the best, but the biggest thing that made me want to get out is, I was married and I was like, okay, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go play family, because right now playing Marine with me here and her there ain't working out.
Yeah.
And no sooner than I freaking signed the papers that said I wouldn't freaking re-enlist, that's when she told me that she was with somebody else.
Ouch, man. Oh, kick to the balls. Ouch.
And the minute you get out, even if you're out for 5 seconds, you got to go back one freaking rank. And I had just picked up corporal. I mean, literally just picked up corporal. Like the first of the month, I got out on the 2nd.
Yep.
I was like, so I had corporal for all of not even 24 hours.
2 minutes? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Man.
I walked in for my final paycheck, because when you're processing out, they just go ahead and do it by final paycheck.
Yep.
And I walk in there, and there's this staff sergeant there at S1, and he goes, "Nice goatee, now go shave it." So I was pissed off. I was like, yeah, I'm still under UCMJ, so let me go shave this shit. And when I come back in, and I didn't have anything, so, I've got a couple nick marks. And he goes, "Oh, by the way, congratulations, Corporal." And he, flings the paper into my face, letting me know that I was a corporal.
I feel you, brother. I pretty much had the same thing going for me. I came back, and they offered me $25 grand to re-up before I ever left. $25 grand.
Good God, that wasn't how much they were offering me, and I had 5 different MOSs.
Yeah, I joined in '86. This was '90, and '90 was kind of fucking weird.
Yeah, so, the '90s were kind of weird. Period.
So they're like $25 grand to stay in. I'm in theater. $25 grand to stay in. I hadn't seen my wife in 2 years. Hadn't really seen anything that I was doing to help
Gray
anything.
Was still commandant. You were in when Gray was still commandant.
Yep.
Yeah, see, those were the good old days. I went in when Mundy was the commandant.
And they're like, full GI Bill, $25 grand to re-up. And I'd been in there for 3 years before anybody ever knew anything about us being over there. Yeah, we did have boots on the ground before '90. And I'm just like, nope, I think I'm done. So I took my discharge, and then 10 years later, it's like, can I get back in? They're like, nope, you're too old. It's weird. It's a weird.
Yeah, it is a little weird.
The people my age, it's a weird fucking generation to be in, because you were either all in or you didn't believe in it or whatever. It's not like if you've been in 6 years later. If you've been 6 years older, it would have made a lot more sense to me.
Yeah.
It's
That's
like
the
that.
weirdest thing I've noticed. Now that I'm older, I appreciate it way, way more.
Well, it's like that missing generation. You were born in the wrong spot by a couple of years. Sorry about the phone.
Don't worry about it.
Can't turn it off. The base unit's out here, but the phone's not out here.
Well, I knew it had to be on your end, because all my phones play music.
No, that's actually the son upstairs calling downstairs to have something moved upstairs to him so he didn't have to come back. Yeah, I want to kick his ass big time. He's a lazy, lazy motherfucker. And that's not my fault. That's his mother's fault. She lets him get away with it.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. I've known many a mothers that will do that.
My mother did it to me, and I wish my father kicked my ass more.
Yeah, there was a lot of things I got scot-free on. Spoiled, I guess is another way to put it.
I swear to God, my father is the person I look up to the most in my life, and he's the guy that handed down most shit to me. He did not take shit from me. If I got out of line, he kicked me back in line. And yeah, I mean, literally kicked my ass, laid hands on, beat my ass. And if he hadn't, at this point in time, I'd probably be dead or in jail.
Yeah, we talked about this. I think if certain things hadn't gone the way they did and I didn't make the choice to go in the Marines, I'd probably be in prison.
Same here, brother.
Prison or dead.
From my dad to the Marine Corps, it's the only reason I'm talking to you today as a free individual. Where Dad left off, the Marine Corps took up, and I learned this is the way you do things, and you don't break the law. If you do break the law, make sure you don't get caught.
Ain't that the truth? Now, I just found out a guy, I think he's maybe 3 months older than me, grew up with him. Yeah, he's on his third strike now. He's done. He's going to be a guest of the state for the rest of his days.
Gotta go over here to the external chat. Truth, can you get on the live chat?
Yeah, you're looking at the chat, what, for your video?
Yeah. Yes, it's scrolling. And Stan and Truth, I think you're the only two left on here. Can either one of you get on the live chat and talk to us? And while they're deciding that, try to tell me again why I should convert from a Glock to a CZ.
Oh, let's see. The CZ that was just chosen for NATO usage went through a torture test up against the Glock. Guess who won?
Probably the CZ.
Yes, it did.
It's all steel.
Yep. I just love them. I don't know what it is about it. I think it comes from the fact that I started out a 1911 guy. And then much like Jeff Cooper, I came across the CZ. And well, actually, I came across the high power first. Then I came across the CZ. And when I saw the high power, I liked it. Then when I encountered the CZ, it was done. I love the look. I love the feel. It's everything I thought the way that the high power should have been.
Well, it's DASA, right? The CZ.
Yeah. That's the one thing I wish CZ would go ahead and venture into. Keep the internal slide rails and start venturing into striker fires.
Now, see, if they did that, I would be converted today.
I have been writing them for the last year and a half.
Now, you've got me looking at the CZs, and I like every goddamn thing I see about the CZ. But like you, I was a 1911 guy for 20 fucking years. If I left the house, I had a 1911 on my hip. And I like that trigger, I like everything about
It's the
the
best trigger
1911.
handgun ever made. I
Oh
mean, I
yeah,
can't knock it.
I like everything about the 1911 besides the safety. Because seriously, if you're going to carry a 1911, it's going to be cocked and locked, right?
Oh, I've come across a few guys that train themselves to carry hammer down, and then as they're doing the draw stroke, cock the hammer.
Well, yeah,
My
we're
problem
both
with that is,
military.
if you have a sweaty thumb, you ain't getting that hammer back.
No. And we're both military. Military says nothing in the chamber, hammer down, you have to rack it, right? For
Yeah.
MPs.
When you were on base, well, no, I'm pretty well. When I was in, it was the M9. When I was in SOTG, that's when I got, we were actually given 1911s. But any other time that we were exposed to a handgun when I was in, it was the M9.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you were not quite getting out, maybe a year from when you were supposed to get out, I think is when the conversion happened.
Yeah, it did. They were
Was
kind
it
of
like
half and half.
9, something like that. I know in '86 the Army had already adopted it, but the Marine Corps didn't follow along until like 2.5 years later.
Yeah, 87, 88.
But for us, now you had a round in the chamber, hammer down, safety on.
Mm-hmm.
That was for the MPs. If you weren't an MP and you were on guard duty, they handed you a gun, empty.
Mm-hmm.
No ammo in the magazine.
Yeah. Even
And you
the
had to
M4.
walk around and pretend that you were going to do something and hope that nothing ever happened.
Even the rifle.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I was in MCT, got put on guard duty, and it was, I think, for the Armory. I can't remember. And I'm walking back and forth, and then it was my first foray into being given a squad weapon, which was the saw. And I remember in the middle of the night, as I'm doing my tour, it's like, what the hell am I going to do? I don't even have a lick of freaking ammo on me.
Yep. But
yeah.
going back to trying to convert me from the Glock to the CC. Now, I'll tell you what I carried a 1911 for 20 years, and I'll tell you why I converted to the Glock. No external safety, one in the pipe, really hard pull on the trigger to get that first round off. I like that.
Yeah.
More ammo in the mag. That's why I converted over. Yes, a 9mm, but with modern rounds, the argument between 9mm and 45 ACP is really mute. They both do the job.
I don't even carry a 45 anymore. I know everybody and their brother gives the argument 9 or 45, 40 has no relevance, and I'm one of the few guys that's like, I think it's really 9 or 40, and 45 has no relevance. And I'll say this for this reason:
I'm right there with you.
If you carry 180 grain 40, you're not doing anything more than what the freaking 45 already does.
Yep.
The pressures aren't high. It is not the high pressure 40 round that everybody runs around screaming, oh, it's damaging my gun. No, it ain't.
No.
If it's pushing 180 grain round at 980 feet per second and your 45 is pushing a 230 grain at, what is it, 925?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. The pressures aren't there. I get the same performance, and when you look at the gel tests, there's only, 3 rounds that come up with the deepest penetration: the 147 grain 9mm, which is also running at 900 feet per second, the 4180, which is running about 900 feet per second,
Yeah,
That's the
I get.
357 SIG. That's the only other one that runs the deepest. 45 actually comes in right where the 165/40 comes in.
I agree. That's
And I
why I
don't have
went.
to have a different size frame either because I go from 9 to 45. 40 to 9, it's the same frame gun, which means I keep the same freaking trigger. I just caliber swap.
I agree. You've really made me look at the CCs a lot more from the Glock.
Now, I tell you what, as much as I hate, and people will tell you that's not enough reason, that means you're just looking for a reason to hate it, but if the Glock didn't have the grip angle that it did, and that thing I just loathe with a passion, and it went to an internal rail system, I'd probably start carrying one.
The only thing I really hate about the Glock, and I switched from 1911 to a Glock, is that grip angle. It's fucked up. It really is. But if you practice with it enough, you'll get the muscle memory. It's okay.
Oh yeah, you'll get used to it. The problem is I can't stand it to actually get that far. My first gun was a Glock 17. Got talked into it. I think I had it maybe 2 weeks, and for every time I took it to the range, and my corporal's like, "Oh, just shoot it more. You'll like it. Shoot it more. You'll like it more." And the more I shot it, the more I hated it.
I got to the point where it doesn't bother me anymore. I can do it. I can hit the target with that Glock angle. It's about muscle memory. You really have to, and I mean seriously, you got to go out there and put about 1,000 rounds down range to get used to that.
You can trust me. I was putting a ton of freaking ammo down it because back then, the Lejeune PX, what was it? The PX Annex, I think it was called. They were still offering ammo on base. I don't know if they are now or if they went back to it, but back then they were selling that. Oh, what the heck was it? It's not coming to me. They sold a brand of 9mm ammo. It was cheap as could be, and 12 gauge. 12 gauge was the other ammo that they had in there. Shot a 12 gauge and a 9mm every freaking weekend.
Yep.
4 or 5 boxes of it each. I just couldn't stand it. And
So
I think the biggest problem is that hump at the base of the grip.
Yeah.
Because
I
I've got
hate that too.
long palm, short fingers.
I have to adjust my grip, my combat grip, for the Glock. It's not a 1911 grip. It's not the same angle, and that hump at the bottom really pushes the front sight down.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's supposed to keep the flexor tendon tight, and therefore it reduces flip.
Yeah, but coming from shooting 1911s, I had to shoot like 1,000 rounds before I got comfortable with putting the bullet exactly where I wanted it to go with a Glock. It was a hard transition. It was a very hard transition. Now, with the CZ, I went out and shot. We have a range near us that does rental guns, and I went and shot a couple of CZs. And actually, you're halfway to converting me to going to a CZ for a carry gun. Halfway. They are heavier than the Glock, but the trigger
Now,
is better.
which CZs were you shooting? You got an all steel frame, you have a aluminum frame, or alloy frame is what they like to call it. It's aluminum, and then of course there's the poly frame.
Well, the one I'm really looking at is the 75, but the P01 version, I think. You can correct me. You know,
PO1 or SPO1?
SPO1.
If it's SPO1, I want to say off the top of my head, that's an alloy frame.
Yeah, it is. But that felt better in my hand, and I could aim better with it than my Glock. Now, understand
Well, I'll tell you what.
The Glock that I
the way
carry,
the slide moves
no,
reduces recoil.
or the Glock that I carry, to give you a comparison, is a G19, but I swapped the sights out for big dot, XS big dot 24/7s. So the sight
you run
picture is
the
different.
XS big dots?
Yeah, it's the big dot sights, but they have the tritium inserts on the back sight and the front sight.
Yeah, that's the same ones I've got in mine.
I like that. For a defensive gun, I'm not going to go out doing
I
target
absolutely
shooting
love it.
with
Now
it.
that my eyes have gotten older, I love it.
Oh yeah, my eyes are old as hell too. I love that big fucking golf ball up there, and you just make the lollipop dot the eye. I love it for up close shooting. Long distance shooting, you can still do it, but it's hard.
I do not try to go past 35 yards. Past 35 yards, I don't even freaking bother with it. If I'm going to shoot that far, I'm not going to be. It's not going to be a handgun.
Yeah, I get that. That's what I was saying. For defensive shooting with a handgun, those XS big dots are awesome. You're not going to be shooting at 55 yards, 100 yards with those sights. You're not. And if you're going to be shooting at those yards, that distance, I'm going to be shooting with a rifle, not the handgun. If you're that far away from me, I've got the time to go grab a rifle.
Yeah, I got my SPO1 here, and you know what? It's not alloy frame. That thing is steel.
Is it?
Yep, it's steel.
Now, I'm really digging the SPO1. I haven't got to shoot one yet, but just looking at reviews on it, I'm really digging that thing.
It's, other than my Sphinx, it has to be the best. It's the best gun I have as far as all metal frame.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of my polymer frames, the Israeli Bull Cherokee has to be my favorite, with the Sarzel Maz right behind it.
Man, you got to send me some pics.
If you go over to my Instagram, you can see quite a few of the pictures. I don't know if I have the Sphinx on there.
What did that Sphinx cost you, man?
Well, it was used, but it was still. I want to say it ran me $2,500.
Yeah.
But at the time, I was spending quite a bit of money on rifles. I had bought the Kel-Tec RFB, and then I had just bought the it's the company that just shut down a few months ago, the AUG clone, Microtech. I had just bought that, and I had just become exposed to Gunbroker. So I was screwing around one night, and I typed in Sphinx, and somebody was selling it, and I was like, sold.
Man, if I had the money, I'd buy one of the Sphinx tomorrow. I just don't have that kind of money.
Well, here's the thing, and I've had somebody tell me I'm full of shit, but no. If you get an SPO1 and then you turn around and you go to the CZ Custom Shop and you put in every whiz bang upgrade, or you go to Cajun Gunworks, have them do everything you want to it, that CZ is every bit that Spinks is.
All right, so tell me this. I go down to the local gun shop and I find a CZ. And they want $3.99 for it.
Buy it. That's how fast it's coming out of my mouth. They say $3.99 on a CZ, buy it.
That's what I'm asking, because I know where I could go pick one up tomorrow for that price.
Now, is it the P07, P09?
I don't know enough about the CZs. It's a CZ.
Is it the polymer frame?
No, it's a metal
It's
frame.
steel?
Yes, steel.
Oh, buy it. Buy it. Just buy it. Don't even freaking ask nothing about it. Just buy it. I'm
All
telling
right.
you right now.
I'm getting my check. I'm getting my
If I
paycheck.
walk into a gun store tomorrow and I found even a Canic, steel frame Canic for that much, I'd buy it. I don't care if I had to pay bills. I'd buy it.
All right, I'm getting my paycheck on the 1st, or, well, it already is the 1st tomorrow. So I'm going to go down there and buy that. I'll show you the picture. And it does have some rust on it. It's used.
Now, is it
But the barrel is pristine.
well,
Feed
here's the beautiful thing. You buy this CZ, even if the barrel was wore out, you go over to EAA and buy one of their barrels from them. They sell their 4.5 inch. I want to say it's 270 something. It might be 250. Hold on, I can pull it up. I've got them shortcut linked on my wallpaper.
Go for it, man.
Ah, dang it. Unfortunately, Chrome is my main browser because Firefox does not work. And right now, it's just doing this loading stuff. That's the reason why I couldn't get on earlier. It just constantly said it was loading.
I use Chrome myself, and sometimes it's a bitch.
You know, the only reason why I chose to go with Chrome is I spent so much time on YouTube. I figured Google product, hey, it'll just simplify my life. Oh my God, could I be any more wrong?
Exactly.
Let me just do this on my phone. I know the browser on this thing works.
I'm still running Windows 7 so I can get Internet Explorer, or you know what I'm talking about, their browser. I hate it, but sometimes it just works better on Windows 7. Windows 10, I've started playing around with it on another computer. I don't really like it at all.
You know, as much as I'm bitching about Windows 10, there is a whole lot of it I like. The biggest problem is there's so much going on with it, it eats up memory.
A lot of memory.
Oh, you have no idea.
How much memory do you have on your computer right now?
I'd have to go in and look at it. Here's what's really killing it. I have that Talks to Me Cortana included.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and here's the bad thing. You can't get rid of it. It's
No, you can't.
That's what's really killing me. Like right now, every time I start talking to you,
everything,
it starts thinking that I'm talking to it, and it tries to access. Like I'll say, every time I've said CZ, it begins a search for CZ.
Yeah, it rides on top of everything, and it reacts to everything that you say. I hate that.
Yeah, well, I spend so much of my time on here looking up gun stuff. I say anything gun related, and it thinks I'm talking to it, wanting it to look something up.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm still running on 7, and I love it. It
I
doesn't
would-
fuck anything up.
I would try running on it, but this computer came with 10, so it is what it is.
Yeah, that's the problem. If it came with 8 or 10, you cannot go back. You cannot do anything. You cannot get it to go back to an older version.
Yeah, I know.
Now, I build my own PCs. I can run any operating system I want to on them. But if I go to 10 or 8, I have to pull that whole hard drive out, put a blank one that ran on 7 or a blank one and load 7. Once you upgrade to 8 or 10, you cannot ever on that hard drive ever go back. Yeah, I know I'm slurring my words. I'm a little drunk, but yeah, you cannot ever go back. Once that operating system from 8 to 10 is loaded on that hard drive, you cannot get rid of it. You cannot go back, especially on a laptop.
Yeah, 127 for the barrel.
127 for the barrel.
And here's the thing. I don't care what EAA will ever tell you, they don't make their barrels. Tanfoglio makes the barrels. Or the barrels. And they use a cold hammer forge process.
Nice.
When you get one of their high-grade chrome vanadium, the process is done so well, you think you've got a chrome barrel.
Awesome.
I'll
Tell
have
me
to take-
this.
I'll have to
If
take
I-
a picture of the one I have on hand. It's a 45 barrel, I think. You'd think it's chrome.
All right, tell me this. If I bought a bargain basement CZ, rusted out to hell,
As
what
long
would
as
it...
slide the slide on the frame and get the controls out of it, it's worth it.
Okay, good. But what would you suggest to do to upgrade it? Barrel? Trigger?
Well, if the barrel is good to go, the next most obvious thing is trigger parts. First thing you'd want to do, depending on what you want to use it for, I would go over to man, my brain is like half shot. I'm not really used to being up this late. Hennessy. Go over to Hennessy. I'd swap the firing pin over to their longer firing pin. I'd go ahead and drop down to a lighter hammer spring, and that will change the dynamic of the trigger pull, like night and day differences.
Awesome.
And then you can turn around. I don't know how familiar you are with the CZ system. You can
Not
change a couple
very
of
at
the
all.
springs. You can change a couple of the springs in the fire control system out. And if you put any form of, say, a moly grease in the fire controls, man, it just butters the whole system up. I've dropped a pound off of my trigger pull just on moly grease.
Nice.
With the EAAs, the Tanfoglios, Canics, and the Sars-Lamaz, they have what's called a trigger bar plunger, and that's got a spring on it. You can go ahead and swap those springs out so it doesn't put as much pressure on the trigger bar. That'll help drop some of your weight. But the biggest one, get a longer firing pin, change your hammer spring out to something lighter, and night and day difference.
Awesome.
Now, if you get to know the system well enough, you can go to CZ and you can get the parts and you can change your standard safety fire control system over to the decocker system. Because all of these guns, even though there are some minor differences in it, their fire controls are identical. You can swap a CZ fire control into almost every last one of these. with some exceptions of Sphinx, and that's because their tolerances are so tight. So you might get one where it won't fit in, and that's just because everything's just so tight.
Okay, hold on a second. Back up a minute. I can get a CZ that doesn't have a safety.
You could get a CZ that has a safety, and you can convert it over to a decocker.
Oh, okay.
That way you don't have to run around with the whole external safety. You can just, decock. I keep the safety on. I just never use it.
Yeah, see, that was the whole thing that I didn't like about the whole CZ was that safety that can be inadvertently switched on.
No. You have to use your safety before it can inadvertently flip on. Like, I'm sitting here playing with my PO1. I've never flipped the safety on. I've worn it, and I don't care what range of motion I go through, this safety will not snick on. It's not until you start snicking it on and off and you start wearing the parts in, then you get into that. But if you never really use it, because I'll manually decock it, and I carry, first round double action, then everything single action. I don't see a need for the safety.
See, I love that double action, single action trigger. I love that. But that safety kind of makes me wonder if it could accidentally be flipped on.
No. I've been carrying, with the exception of 2 of my guns, and both of them are EAAs, and they have high usage. None of my safeties will snick on no matter what I do. Those 2 guns, it happens because I've taken them out hunting, and you snick the safety on because you're leaving it cocked and locked while you're doing the stock, and then you snick off, let the round go. So I've worn the safety in. It will flip on and off with the right amount of body movement. But all my other ones...
Can you pin that safety down? So,
actually, here's the way the safety works. The safety... there's the rod that extends through it, and it passes through the fire control, and then there's a cam that comes up.
Okay.
If you were to take a diamond file, a gunsmith's file, and file that cam down, you could snick that safety on, and it would never be in safe. The problem is, if you use that gun, and you get a prosecutor who's a prick, you've altered that gun in a way that you've disabled a safety, and that's something I would never want to play with. I'll roll my own ammo for self-defense because if I can articulate my argument, I feel confident that I don't have to worry about anything. But even for a gun guy, you disabled your safety.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying about that. And that's why I carry Glock. No external safety, no buttons you have to fumble with.
All these guns can be converted over to a decocker. If, like, right now, right here, here's my polymer EAA, and I carry this because it's the only gun that I can switch this over and still use the exact same gun to a 380. So I can carry 18 plus 1 a 380 if I want.
Okay.
I can switch it to 9 and 40. It's literally just, well, depending on if it's 40, it's a barrel and a magazine change. If I'm switching 380, it's just barrel and recoil spring. I use the same magazine.
Awesome.
There's
seriously awesome.
Yeah, trust me, when I figured out that I could do this, I was like, oh my God, I already loved the gun to begin with, but it pretty much put me into the realm of this is why I'm going to carry an EAA from now on. And, my Instagram is Mateo1371. It's all spelled out. Okay. You'll see a whole bunch of it. I've got my EAs on there. I've got my SARS Lamaze. The only reason why I don't carry my CZs much anymore is because the polymer CZs have that square modified Browning block link type barrel where the lockup happens in both the front and the back. The EAAs are still the older Browning round double lug lockup And that's the reason why I stick with it, because the only 380 offering comes in that barrel style. It's so much easier to run with this. I could use a steel frame CZ75 because they're still the round barrel, but polymer's just lighter, easier. So
Yeah, I got you there, man. But
although
seriously,
I gotta be honest,
you
I'm
have
getting ready
me
to switch
halfway
from-
there. You have
I'm
me
sorry, what now?
halfway there. You have me halfway
Well-
there to converting to CZs. I'm almost over the edge.
Well, like I
Almost.
said, if your biggest hang up is the safety, and let's say you don't want to try and do it yourself, or you don't want to pay a gunsmith, CZ makes CZ75 BDs, and the B or the D stands for decocker.
Mhm.
If you're willing to buy a CZ and you want to convert it, you can get on the phone to CZ and just say, hey, I want a decocker fire control set. I think it might cost you $180. Might cost you $225, right in that frame. They'll send you the fire control. You pop the safety out, you pull the fire control out, you put the fire control in, you put the safety back in, reassemble the gun. Now you don't have a safety beyond what little safety a decocker is.
Cool. And
The
well
only thing
worth
I
the
will tell you
price.
is a decocker will add anywhere from a half a pound to a pound onto your trigger pull.
And again, I don't really give a damn about trigger pull for real
But I'm
world
just telling you like it
situation.
is. I'm
Yeah, I
not going
know.
to sit here and say, oh, you stick a decocker on it, everything's good. No, it's good, but you get a half a pound to a pound extra on the trigger pull, and that's because there's extra parts. There's extra resistance.
I get that, brother. I do. But you know me, I don't give a fuck about trigger pull, what the poundage is on trigger pull. Because if you have to pull that gun and use it, you're not even gonna have
Oh, yeah.
any inclination about what the trigger pull was. You're just gonna slap it. Every professional out there, I don't care who it is, if you have to pull that thing and use it, you're going to be slapping that trigger. You're going to just slap it.
Well, that's the reason why I went to a lighter hammer spring. I don't slap it as bad.
I get that too. But, I mean, everybody out there is going, trigger pull, what the trigger pull is. If your adrenaline jump has already happened, you have to pull that gun and pull that trigger. You do not have any indication and any recollection of how hard you had to pull that trigger. You're just going to pull it until it goes bang.
I guess those other guys are still having problems getting in, or they didn't.
Oh man, this thing's been going on for about 4 hours now.
I just now hopped over to the YouTube side, and I see, what is it, Stan's still in here, and
Yes,
because I
Stan's
was
here.
drunk.
Truth's
because I was
here.
drunk.
And 2.5's here. I've asked them all to get in to the live chat, and they said no. Don't know why. We're not going to bite you. And I'm getting really tired. It's 2:30. Yeah, I'm going to end this right now. Very
It's
soon.
2:30 on your side of the world, and it's 5:30 on mine. Well, 5:40.
Yeah. You're way up. You're way up later than I am.
Well, doesn't matter if I'm up later. I got
Okay.
several weeks before I have to worry about anything.
Yeah. Everybody on the external, internal thanks for joining this chat. This is my first chat, and it went really way more better than I thought it would do.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I'd seen that you had started it earlier, and then I flipped my phone on, and I seen it was still reading live, and I was like, "Whoa, no way!"
You and me both. I'm just like, I'm just going to turn it on and see what happens. And all these guys came out. You, Gear, Rick, and all the guys on the external. Stan, Tyler, Truth.
Oh, was Tyler here earlier?
Yeah, Tyler was here, and because I was drunk 2.5, thank you, man, for showing up.
I gotta be honest. Earlier, I was watching Walking Dead.
Which
Actually, I was watching last week's episode and getting so upset.
You have not seen this week's episode?
Not yet.
Oh, prepare to be more pissed off.
I do know it's a flashback of what happened with what's his name? God, I can't think of his name.
The guy with the staff.
Yeah, the stick. Yeah, the British guy.
Mm-hmm. The
And
guy
his
that
name
doesn't want to kill anybody. Yeah.
Yeah. I keep wanting to say Virgil, but that ain't his name. But yeah, my favorite character, man. I'm pretty sure they killed him off.
Oh, God.
Glenn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glenn's not
one
dead.
of my favorites.
Glenn's not dead. Trust me. Keep watching. Glenn's not dead. He scooted up under that trash canister.
I hope so. I know they took his name off of the and they had
Glenn has
the
been killed off like 3 fucking times, and he's still not dead. He's not going to die in this one.
But at the Comic-Con panel, they were talking to Norman Reedus, and they said, if you could bring somebody back, you know, from the cast, who would you bring back? And he said, Glenn. So, I don't know. I don't see him being alive, and I was kind of pissed off. He gave that dude a chance. He shoots himself, and then when his body goes limp, he knocks him off into the freaking herd.
Yeah.
In fact, that's kind of where I stopped, and then picked up my phone and seen that you were still going.
I go all night, every night. It's kind of a thing.
Oh no, man! Up until what was it, 3 weeks ago, I would be in bed by 9:45, 10 o'clock.
Hey, it's weird.
Speaking of which, I didn't see you in Practax chat last week, or this week, I should say.
I was in there for like 2 minutes, and then there was another live chat, and another live chat, and another live chat. I like to look at all of them, so I kind of put them all up on the screen, but I can't keep up with all of them, and I get sucked into one chat or another. And so, yeah, I'm watching all of them, but I don't really respond to all of them, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Now there's only a couple I like to participate in.
I'm going to put up
even less that I'm going to be participating in here soon.
I'm going to put up a chat calendar type thing on YouTube. Go and sign up for a spot so we can all see everybody's chat.
Oh yeah, scheduling.
Yeah, don't overlap. Here, sign up for a spot. I'll put that up there, They're not
But
going to do it.
that's never going to
They're never
completely
going to do it.
Well, you're always going to have at least a couple of them that are going to purposely put their chat up against somebody else.
Yeah, what happened with that one main chat that a lot of people split off from and purposely try to overlap each other? You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to name
Actually,
any names.
here's the thing. I'm trying to think of which instance are you talking about, because there's a couple of chats that had something similar happen. And it depends on who you're talking about, too.
Well, you know Kevin.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's what you were talking about.
Not going to say anything more than Kevin.
I don't know. I got the feeling there was a falling out. And it's pretty much turned into if you're in his camp or you're in my camp kind of thing.
Yeah, he's kind of going for the money side.
What do you mean, kind of going for it? I think that's pretty much the way it's always been.
Yeah. I'm trying to be nice. He's kind of going for the money side, not just the chat side.
Nah, I look at him like this. He's done really good shows. I can't say anything bad about it. But it's kind of like TV. It's all filler around pushing the advertisements.
Yeah.
And, you know, to a degree, I can respect it. There's nothing wrong with it. But then there's others who have kind of morphed and turned, you know, into, I wouldn't use the word sellout, but it's not far from it.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about, yeah.
It's like, how do we say, constantly dick riding. There's the perfect term.
Perfect term. Perfect term.
Yeah. And it's kind of gotten on my nerves. I mean, I already got enough of my own stuff going on.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll promise this. On this channel, no people trying to, God, what am I trying to say? Don't advertise on this channel. If you want to just come talk on this channel, that's fine. I don't give a damn what you talk about, whether I agree with it or not. Come talk. But no advertisements on this channel, ever.
Yeah. I was getting ready to start my own before all my own stuff started up. And I had told myself I was pretty much going to let anything go other than advertising. Advertising and excessive trolling. That was pretty much my... Other than that, I was just basically going to say free for all. Trash me, trash this, trash that. As long as you don't make it personal.
Absolutely, man. And no political. Nothing political. I really don't care.
I don't mind the political stuff because I tell you what, it can be pretty damn important.
It can be. You're right. It's important, but I don't really want it on my channel. There's so many other channels you can go out there and get that on.
Well, I look at it this way. It can be political until it becomes an advertisement, and then it's gone.
That's perfect. Perfect.
I mean, it's all right to talk about things. It's all right to puff your chest up, stomp your feet about it. But when you come in there and you're basically campaigning, yeah, time to go, dude.
I get you. If I say this is my channel and I think Trump's a fool, I'm okay to say that?
Well, here's how I looked at it, and I've had people disagree with me. Everybody goes, well, it's my channel, it's my property. I look at it this way. You're putting it out there for people to comment on. So if you're going to allow them to comment, that means free speech reigns, and it's less about my private ownership. So I was pretty much going to let free speech reign until you were harassing people or trying to advertise, make a buck. Because I look at it this way. If I was going to do it just for the joy of it without making a buck for myself, why am I going to let you make a buck?
Exactly.
And I might still go ahead and do it, but I don't see it happening until, I don't know, after the first quarter of the new year.
Do it, brother. Do it.
Oh, trust me, I plan on it. It's just a matter of, can I put everything together and not have other things happen?
That's hard.
I had like 4 different videos, and then I had a computer crash, lost all the footage. And the worst part was, I would have had the whole Underwood Extreme Defender long before somebody else did.
I get you, man. I do. I have a YouTube channel. I don't put any content up on it. I don't upload videos, no content, nothing. I don't. But I will do this. I'll do live chats. And if you don't agree with me, I don't really care. Come on here. Come on this channel. Tell me why you don't agree with me. We'll chat about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think right now I'm also kind of going through burnout on YouTube.
Yeah, I get that. But I went on burnout on TV.
I don't know, man. There's been a lot of interesting stuff on there to watch. I've been checking out that new Supergirl freaking.
Oh, come on.
I don't know if it sucks just yet.
Just
I enjoy
looking at a
watching.
young girl in a short skirt.
If I want to check out a young girl in a short skirt, I'll go over to my girlfriend's house.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's, what?
You're making
13,
my point.
13 years younger.
You're making my point. Seriously, that show is stupid.
Yeah, but I thought that about Gotham when Gotham first started, and I love that show. I don't know what they're doing with it, and I don't know exactly where they're going with it, but I like it.
I got you. I know what you mean with Gotham. But Supergirl, really? That's a pedophile's dream.
Well, I saw how they were starting it, and I thought they were going to go ahead and start it out classically, and then kind of move it into like what they did with the whole New 52, if you're familiar with that. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I think it's pretty much going to be watching like Glow, but DC Comics.
Man, you know me well enough to know I'm just fucking with you. Actually, I like Supergirl. Well, I do. Not sure I'm going to watch the whole series, but the first 2 series, or the first 2 episodes, I liked. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's really interesting how they, kind of drag it into the rest of the Marvel world.
I see the problem. I see the problem of they're already creating storylines that wouldn't just be hers and hers alone, and you can already tell they don't want to include you know who in it.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, well, you're already starting out with something that would bring his attention, so that's why I said it's kind of like Gotham. I don't know what they're doing with it. I have no clue where they're going with it. Right now, I think they're one episode in.
Yep.
I've seen the highlights for the second episode. Gotham, I don't know. The guy that you think was going to be the Joker, somebody stabbed in the neck and he's dead. So who knows what the heck's going on with that?
Yeah, Gotham. The whole thing seems to be centered around the Penguin.
Well, I can understand that. You got to have the whole rise. Really, the Joker doesn't come on the scene until after he's established, and then he becomes the true nemesis. But
you know what the whole thing
what
about Gotham is that's really intriguing me about Gotham is I am actually having to go back into my comic books and dig them up and reread them.
Oh, I would do that if I was willing to take them out of their cases and actually touch them and break the spines a little bit more than they already are. But I'm not doing that.
I'm doing it. I'm actually going in there, popping them out of the cases, popping them out of the cellophane, and rereading them and going, really? Is this really? Could this? Because, you know, the whole thing about Gotham is it's before any of this happened.
Yeah, I assumed Gotham was going to be like Smallville, but for Bruce Wayne. And it's not. It seems to be something else.
They're going back in the past and getting you involved in the how the criminals came up, how all the characters came up in their backstories. And it really is making me go back and dig into my comic books and look at them.
But they've already killed two characters that are around in his time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going back in my comic books going, nope, nope, nope.
They got Falcone as an old man when he's still young, and Falcone's supposed to be around when, you know, he is. And then they got rid of, God, what the heck's the other guy's name? They killed him. He's supposed to be around. They introduced a whole new character that I've never heard of, and then they killed her off. Or at least I think they did.
All of that being said, though, the whole series is really intriguing. I mean, you can watch it. I don't think you need to watch it week to week. I think you need to binge watch it from the beginning to the end.
See, that's what I did with the first season. I watched the first 3 episodes. I knew I liked it, but then I didn't watch anything else. And when it hit Netflix, I just went crazy with it. And now I'm watching it week to week, and I'm like, I think I might go back to binge watching again, just let it go for the season. The problem is, it's up against Supergirl. And, you know, so I'm looking at it this way. I might just go ahead and keep watching it just to make sure that it maintains the ratings.
Yeah. Supergirl. Part of me is going, bullshit.
I'm just thankful it's not Superboy.
Oh. No, Supergirl, part of me is going, bullshit. The other part of me is going, yeah, watch it, watch it. It's tough.
I fully expected after the first episode, I knew I was going to watch it, but I figured I'd walk away from it going, oh yeah, this is Powder Puff. Screw it, I'll go back to Gotham.
No,
but it wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad.
Now, to be honest, I've never watched the first episode of Supergirl yet. I'm still trying to talk myself into it. It's kind of like trying to watch the first episode of Flash. I grew up with the comics. I'm not really sure I'm ready to watch modern day TV murder and slash
Now, wait a minute.
my heroes.
He has already murdered the Flash with that Amanda Pays and whatever the heck his name was. The guy who plays his father now. He was the Flash from the TV show. What was it? Late 80s.
Again, I've never watched the first episode of The Flash or Supergirl. I'm not sure I'm ready to slaughter my childhood memories yet.
Well, they had the Flash TV show back in the late 80s, and they butchered the crap out of it. So I figured with all the new technology they have, they could do no worse.
Now, Julia has watched them and told me about them. Are you sure they didn't butcher them?
Oh, they're taking liberties, but, I mean, when you've got stuff like the New 52 and they're retelling tales, they're going to take a whole bunch of liberties. And to be honest, you'd have to. Otherwise, you're going to get a whole bunch of people that are going, well, I believe it should be this from this canon. And then you're going to have another group of people, well, it should have been this way from this canon version. I mean, that's like Superman. There's like, what, 6 different canons of Superman? You have the happy-go-lucky American hero, and then there's the version where he's the lonely, sad, but heroic alien.
Yeah.
You know, the stoic figure. And then you have the nothing, well, back when I was still a kid, you had the version where nothing could touch him, and every freaking comic was just watching him and all of his amazing powers just demolish everything and everyone.
Yeah,
So, I
I
mean,
get you.
you have to take liberties. You have to, like, rechart some of the stuff.
I get that. I get the reboot. I really do. Bringing it forward to modern day. I get that. I really do. But at the same time, a little part of my soul dies when I watch it.
I don't know. It didn't bother me half as much. It's like everybody complained about, what the heck was that movie called? Superman Returns. And the first thing that came out of my mouth is, well, you couldn't have a freaking super-powered fight between Superman and Lex Luthor. I mean, the movie would last 9 seconds because it'd be one punch and it's over.
Yeah.
So you kind of just have to suspend the expectations from what you've taken from the comic books. Just take everything that you understand about the world and just, accept it for what it is.
I get it. But do you have kids?
Well, they're not kids anymore.
No, I mean, do you have offspring that, you can sit and watch this?
No, they're at the point where they're off doing their own life.
I do. I have grandkids. I have kids, and we're watching this, and I'm going, that's not Superman. That's not the Flash. That's not the Green Lantern. That's not Archer. That shit didn't happen in the comic books. And they all look at me like, okay, you're old. You don't get it.
Well, yeah, but what you're saying is you're clinging on to the canon of the comic books. But if you were to look at it this way, if you were to pick up the stuff from the New 52, you might have the exact same conniption. Because they're going to retell everything, and they're going to completely take storylines that you've come to know, and they're going to turn them on their ear, or those storylines will just never, ever happen.
You're exactly right, and that's what's weird for me because I can see it from both sides at the same time.
I watched The Flash. I actually like the show. The funny part was I didn't like it, and I didn't understand why, but it's because the show really started out on that Arrow show, and that I wasn't watching. So when the first episode started, it was like, well, wait a minute, why do I feel so behind? Well, it's
All right,
because it started on the other TV show.
All right, wait, back up. You actually watched the Arrow?
No, I watched The Flash. I just started watching the Arrow.
Okay.
In fact,
Why?
I'm 6 episodes away from being caught up to this season.
Okay. Man, you know I respect you in everything that you say. But why, in the name of God, would you ever watch the Arrow? I tried. I tried for 3 seasons.
Well,
On and off.
like I said, when I first started watching The Flash, you get to the first 2 episodes, it's like, well, wait a minute, I'm missing all this stuff. I wasn't watching the Arrow. So I was like, okay, there's parts of the storyline that I'm missing. Well, when I go back to watch the Arrow to catch those episodes of how the Flash starts, well, it's like, well, now there's all this backstory in these episodes that I'm watching that I'm missing. So it's like, okay, let me stop and go back to the beginning of this now. And then once I start, I just stuck with it.
Yeah, but one thing with the Flash and the Arrow only started happening this season.
Yes and no. There was a whole bunch of things that they would talk about. Just on Arrow, it's like a team, and you and I both know he didn't really have a team in the comic books. I mean, yeah, he had Speedy, and there wasn't a whole team Arrow. I mean,
yeah.
And from that, it is campy. But when I went back to the beginning and I caught the first, 3-4 episodes of Arrow, I thought it was going to be a show that wasn't going to have the superpowers. But then on the flip side, it's like, well, no, that can't be, because this is where they start having the Flash spin off of. So it's like, okay, let's see how the hell they're going to do this. And for an episode and a half, there is no superpowers. It's like, okay, this could happen in the real world. Here's a guy who has no powers and decides to, yada, yada, yada. And it was interesting. And then you see how they started to begin to turn it on its ear and introduce how superpowered beings can be with, like, the whole Japanese super soldier drug thing.
Am I the only person here in this chat? And probably so. It's just me and you.
Well, there's 2 of us, so yeah.
That kind of got it from the beginning with Arrow that, yeah, it's not a superpowered superhero. He's just a normal guy that gets fed up with shit and takes it into his own hands.
Well, no, I think you're misunderstanding what I was saying. I always knew that the Green Arrow was basically the poor man's Batman with, just a bow and arrow.
All right, stop.
No utility belt.
No, stop right there. That is awesome. What you just said is awesome. The poor man's Batman.
He is.
The poor man's Batman. Because, Batman had a lot of money and could develop a lot of tools.
Yeah.
And the Arrow just went from...
But everything
Arrow
had to fit into a fucking arrow.
What he had and dealt with the world the way he saw it and dealt with it from what he had to do with. Probably not telling that the best, but yeah. The poor man's Batman. Oh my God, I want to copyright that comment.
Well, it is. I mean, he does almost everything that Batman does, but it has to be contained in an arrow. I mean, how much can you put into a freaking arrow. How much I have a background in explosives. You can only have so much of a charge in an arrow unless you shoot a nuclear arrow, and then, well, there's not going to be much of a show because Fallout, and he really will be green, glowing green in the middle of the night. But it was interesting from the fact it was like it seemed like they weren't introducing any superpowers, as in the villains or any partners or any of that. But I knew that had to change, so that kept me interested. How are they going to start introducing the world of powered beings? When it starts out and it's everything in the real world, there is no powers. It's just a guy with skills and really great aim with a bow and arrow.
Or a slingshot or a rifle. Just a regular human doing
and
what he
I gotta admit, The Arrow is not a bad show when you suspend all your preconceived notions about the Green Arrow for whatever that series was. It's not bad. The only campy thing about it is Team Arrow. That's where it just goes one step too far.
I will admit I watched the Arrow series. I do. I also watch Agents of...
That I watch. A whole bunch of people watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest, now that Adrian Padalecki is on that show, I will watch it until they stop showing it.
Me and you both. Me and you both.
I mean, she's like, what, 6'3", 6'4"?
And awesome.
Yeah. But, yeah, I watched Arrow. I actually like the show once I figured out the flair of it. The Flash, I do like. I like it more than Arrow. It's not bad. I've seen the original Flash TV show. That was horrible. I was a kid and thought that was crap.
Did you remember the original Batman series as a kid?
Oh, yeah. I was.
You know, the Bat,
I would
Bam,
watch it.
Bam.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was still a kid when that was on.
When I was a kid, I thought that was stupid.
I never thought it was cool.
At 8 years old,
I watched it, but I never thought it was cool. Never thought it was cool. I don't know if I'd go so far to say as I thought it was stupid, but I knew it was kind of crappy. But I kept watching it every freaking week.
Honestly, man, the only reason I kept watching it was to see Batgirl.
Now, the only reason why I kept watching it was for the Green Hornet.
Oh, that was awesome, too. Come
Kato,
on.
you could get rid of everybody else and keep Kato, and then I include Adam West and it just, yeah. Kato was the bomb.
But really, man, 8 years old, 10 years old, the only reason you watched Batman was to see Batgirl in that lycra suit with that red wig and going, oh my fucking God.
See, that's not why I watched. I was a little kid, and I was watching because I wanted to see, what is it, 1955, crap, can't think of it, the Batmobile.
Oh.
I was still young enough that the Batmobile was keeping me. Watching a TV show because a certain chick was on there, that was a few more years away. You got to remember, I'm just a few years younger.
Okay, I was a little older, and yeah, Batgirl was it. But yeah, you're right, the Batmobile was the inspiration for the Corvette. The Chevy Corvette was designed after the Batmobile. And every man that is at least 40 years old nowadays loves the Corvette.
I could do without the Corvette.
I don't want one.
I was a Pontiac man from, I don't know, just Pontiac and Camaros. Of course, the first Camaro is actually, well, was supposed to be Pontiac.
I got you, brother. I got you.
You know, it was supposed to come out in '66.
What is your favorite Camaro?
The 1967. But that's because that is actually what Pontiac had designed it to be. That's the reason why, in '66, the first pony car came out.
Mm-hmm.
Chevy, well, actually Pontiac, which was the performance division of GM, had already had an answer for it. And that's when the new leadership came in and said, okay, you can't put out a car better than the flagship company. So they literally walked into Pontiac, took the Camaro, and walked out with it. They did the most minor of design changes. But for the most part, what the '67 Camaro looks like is what the original Firebird was supposed to look like.
Yep.
Pontiac said, whoa, 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 whoa. We're your performance division. We just worked on this. We did all the R&D. Give us a little bit of time to put out our own vehicle. Chevy went, okay, we'll do that. They basically took all the same parts, which is the reason why the Pontiac Firebird and the Camaro look alike. Put it all together, put the bigger engine in it, the 400, stuck a different front end on it, different rear end, changed the freaking interiors on it, and that's the reason why it was a whole year later before Pontiac and Camaro or Chevy put out their two cars.
You are the only man I've ever talked to that talked about the '67 Camaro.
Well, that's because it was supposed to be the first Firebird.
It was, and it was awesome. Now, if I had any amount of money, I could buy a car that I wanted tomorrow. It would be the '68 Camaro. Not because it's better, but because that's the year I was born. The '67 Camaro is... Can you find one today?
Probably not.
I mean, a really not touched stock '67 Camaro. And if you could, what would it cost?
If I had the money, it would be a toss-up between either the '65 or the '66 GTO.
Oh, the GOAT.
Now, if I couldn't have either one of those, I would go for the 2x2 Catalina, or I'd go for the Bonneville. And that's because I know if I yank the freaking front end off and the rear end off and change the gauges out, it becomes a GTO, even though the numbers won't match.
Dude, quit talking. I'm getting a hard on.
Dude, I'm a Pontiac fanatic.
I am too, but if I had the money tomorrow to buy a car, it would be a '68 convertible Camaro. And they only made 1,500 of them.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to tell you something that most people don't know. I love that car because it was the year that I was born. I also love it because my second grade teacher drove one, white, with the convertible top. And that is the sexiest woman I've ever seen. So, double reason to want to own one. Do not ever tell Julia about that.
It'd be a little hard. I think I've spoken to her, twice?
No, she's getting on more often.
Yeah,
but yeah, if you want to make points, you can tell her that story. She wouldn't be upset for very long. Yeah, she'd be pissed, but not for long.
At
But
6
no,
in the morning,
seriously,
I don't think
that-
I'll remember it.
seriously, man, that car and that teacher. First time I ever got a hard on was for that teacher, and I was like 12. And oh yeah,
Yeah, I grew up in the era of Monte Carlos and Grand Prix. The sport luxury cars.
yep. My dad had a
And a Cutlass
73.
Sierra. There's,
My dad had a 73 Chevelle,
that's a beautiful car.
and he promised it to me when I got my driver's license. He promised it to me for years. And the year before I turned 15 and could get my driver's license, he sold it.
Mm.
Because he knew I'd be racing that son of a bitch.
Well, I had a 72 Oldsmobile 442. And then my divorce. So I had to get rid of it.
Tell me she didn't get it.
No, I just had to part with it so I'd actually have money. Yeah, I would have burnt that car before I would have given it to her, because if she would have ended up with it, the guy she was running around would have been the guy driving it, and I wasn't going to have that.
Yep.
No.
I got you, man. I got you. I would have done the same thing. I would have burned it to the frame before that would happen.
Yeah. She, from the onset, she wanted to set the terms of the support at what I was making when I was in the Marines, but I was getting ready to get out, and I'm like, I don't think that's the way it works. But she was trying her best to push it through under those terms.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, dependents pay and your base pay, yeah, the court thinks you're like rolling in dough or something.
Yeah, it's bullshit, yeah.
Oh, and then of course she wanted to hide the fact she was knocked up by him too. So that was the other thing.
Ouch.
Well, state law, or at least in my state, if the woman's pregnant, the divorce can't go anywhere. Doesn't even matter if it's not yours. The divorce halts.
Ouch.
Yeah. So she was desperate to get it all said and done with as fast as possible, while screwing me as best as possible. And not the fun kind either.
I feel you, brother. I feel you. I do. How many people are on live right now besides me and you?
I don't see.
Good.
I don't see anybody else. 2.5. I don't know how old that is.
Well, I will tell you about my divorce situation.
You told me parts of it.
I just don't want it going out all over YouTube because it's embarrassing. It is.
Oh, I bet it's not any more embarrassing than mine.
Did your wife leave you for 2 girls?
Which time? Because there was, right after I got back from Okinawa. No, it wasn't right after. It was about a year after I got back. we had this blowout. I didn't know what was going on. I had just been transferred from 2nd CEB to 2nd FSSG.
Okay.
Got put in a bridging unit. And she was in college. And I don't know, she just got squirrely on me. And, I acted like a typical young jarhead. I decided to use force. Didn't work out. Come to find out, she was messing around with like 3 different chicks.
3?
But I'm not done. While she was messing around with 3 different chicks, there was also a gay guy in the mix.
Wait a minute. Back up. 3?
3. And one of them was her best friend.
Okay.
Yeah. And there was a gay guy who apparently wasn't completely gay.
Okay. That just got freakier than my story.
Yeah. My divorce story actually went on 2.5 years. As soon as her relationship would go sideways, she'd come running back to me. We'd go through a period of about 6 months of happiness, and then I guess she'd go back to wandering eyes or whatever the heck.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite was when she was messing around with an Army lieutenant.
Okay, hold on a second. Army lieutenant.
Yeah.
You're in the Corps,
Uh-huh. Enlisted.
and he's Army.
And he knew she was an enlisted spouse.
Okay, this is getting really tangled up.
Yeah. Needless to say, I was losing it on that one. When I became aware of the complete situation on the 3 chicks and the gay guy, I backed off. I was like, okay, I'm going to let that one ride itself out because that is just going to implode.
Yeah, I'm gone.
There's no upswing to that freaking mess.
Yeah, I'm gone. I'm going to sit back and watch it go boom.
Yeah, I mean, I went from being upset, pissed off, typical, jarhead, to, okay, I'll be here. I want to hear the horror story. I want to hear which way that freaking firecracker went off.
I'm right there with you, bro. I'm right there with you, man.
And it did. It went off sideways. It was actually kind of hilarious when I found out how everything went down. But when it came to messing around with the Army lieutenant, oh yeah, I was 9 kinds of pissed off. And the worst part was, she protected him.
What?
Yeah. She wouldn't tell me any information about him. And finally I went, you know what, fuck it. I know he's attending the same college as her. I'm just going to take it to JAG. JAG will suss it all out. And, JAG
will dig into everything.
And JAG did. But here's where it all came to a screeching halt. They they dispatched an officer from the local base, which I think was, I want to say Fort Knox. They dispatched a JAG officer from Fort Knox. They get her in front and center, and then she just lies. Oh, no, none of this never happened. There was never any intimacy, never this, never that. And, of course, that stops it right there. They can dig all they want, but if she says nothing happened and he says nothing happened, it's done, it's over with.
Okay, back up a minute. Fort Knox. You were where?
Lejeune.
You were in Lejeune, and Fort Knox steps in.
Well, Fort Knox was the closest base.
Yeah, I get that.
She was in college. She was at U of L, so Fort Knox is the closest.
I get that. That's the closest JAG center. I get that. That's just weird. Fort Knox.
they weren't going to dispatch a JAG officer from Lejeune. I mean, they weren't just going to pay for that. Just, hey, here, he's an Army guy, Fort Knox. Here, you all freaking do the the 406 or 401 investigation, whatever the heck it's called.
Yeah, I'm not disputing you or what you're saying. I'm just like,
Oh no, I'm not saying you are.
I'm just like,
long, I don't
Fort
think
Knox,
about
really? When you get that paperwork from Fort Knox, that should be a clue. You know? That'd be like from Quantico.
Yeah.
Fort Knox does not get involved in anything unless it's real. Unless it's real.
He backed off on her so freaking quick after that.
I bet he did.
Because it was 2 weeks later, she calls me up, and she's just like, oh, because, we got a kid, so I'm trying to keep things friendly. For my benefit, for his benefit. She calls me up all friendly like, and I knew it. I knew it from the tone in her voice. I was like, okay, let's see where this is going.
When she calls up friendly, you know you own her.
Oh, I didn't want nothing to do with her at that point. I was pretty much done.
Yeah, but when she calls up friendly, being nice, at that point in time, you had to know you owned her.
Well, no. She had been calling me up a couple of times before that, all nice and friendly. But it was something about the tone that was different. I was like, okay, what's up with this? I know something's up. And it took 8 minutes of conversation, maybe 10 minutes of conversation, and then she lets it, like, accidentally out of the bag. Well, he's not around because he's got to work. And I'm like, it's a holiday weekend. Ain't nobody in the field working.
Exactly.
It's a holiday 96. Nobody's out freaking doing maneuvers or forget what term it was she used. I know that's not something we would say, but she's like, yeah, he says he's out on maneuvers. I'm like, not on a holiday 96, he isn't. And he's got to be a whole lot more than a butter bar lieutenant to be involved in anything where he could be.
Awesome.
Yeah, it took her about 4 weeks of sweet talking me after it was pretty much apparent that he'd had all of his fun and then broomed her off. And I was like, oh, things won't be that way. It'll go back to the way it used to be. And I was a dumbass. I bought into it. But, I wanted to be around my kid.
So, female judge?
No, I actually got a male judge, and I don't know how she did it, but she got a hold of my military records, and I was in the courtroom, and literally the judge opens up this folder, and I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but I saw the EGA on it, and I was like, well, wait, what? And he starts reading. He goes, background and demolitions, and I'll never forget it. He looks at me like I'm just the biggest piece of human garbage. He goes, you read like a low-life mercenary.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, dude, I'm done. I stopped talking because there was nothing I could say that was right. Like the few times that I did try to talk, he just gave me that look. Just shut your friggin' mouth up. You're just garbage to me. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Yep.
Here's how bad it was. Normally they don't have the social worker in there that tries to set up the child support allotment payments, but she was right there at the desk, like working up the figures.
Holy Christ.
Yeah. Her lawyer, her, and that woman, the social worker, were the only ones that were allowed to talk other than the judge. I just stood there like, okay, I've got it in my hands. Now what do I do with it?
Man, you sound like the exact same carbon copy of what I went through with my ex-wife's divorce. Now, when they got your military record, how much of that military record was redacted?
Only the parts where I participated in the SOTG action, and then any of the stuff where I was over in Bosnia. But that was pissing him off. That's actually what I think made it so much worse. Because at one point, he folds it over, and he holds up the page, and there's like all this black over it. And he goes, "You want to tell me what this is?" And then this clerk walks over to me and presents this piece of paper and goes, "You need to sign this." And I was getting ready to sign it, and I'm sitting there, you know, because I'm like under fire. And I'm beginning to answer this question, and all of a sudden I look down and I realize the paper is a freaking release form. He's trying to play the shock and awe game of keeping me all flustered while I sign this release form, and then I am required to tell him. And then when I see this, I'm like, "No, I ain't telling you nothing. You want to know? Submit the paperwork and get them to tell you."
Exactly. If you're going into any divorce situation and you have a military record, do not release your military record to the court. And you don't have to.
I didn't release it. Somehow she got a hold of it. And to this day, I'd like to know how the heck she did it.
She knew your Social Security number. She knew your name. That's all it takes, really.
You're kidding me. It's literally that simple. I thought there was so much more to it. Because I remember the trouble I would go through just to pull my own SRB.
I go in and try to pull up mine, and it's redacted all to hell.
The only time I would ever get my hand on my
can
SRB
pull it up and see everything. You hear what I said?
Yeah.
My wife can pull up everything.
Well, thankfully mine couldn't, and I was glad.
I can give you my social number, my name, and you can go pull my military record. And what you're going to get is a whole lot of redacted. But my wife can pull up my whole military's everything. I mean, everything.
Well, mine couldn't. Like I said, the stuff on SOTG, because when he read off the dates, I knew exactly what the paperwork that was redacted was. It was like, okay, hey, you're saying this time frame. Well, I know what the heck that is. Oh, you're saying this time frame. Well, that's this. You know, I wasn't telling him that. But I was like, okay, I know what it is.
Yeah.
And if I hadn't looked down just for half of a second and seen, you know, the whole release, blah blah blah, I was like, well, wait a minute, whoa, I ain't signing this. That pissed him off even more.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Seriously, man, I can give you my Social Security number, my name, my full name, and you can go try to pull my military record.
Well, I know I lost my my forms in a flood. You know, the DD-214 and
yeah.
What the, you know, that form that tells you what your military occupation translates to in the civilian sector.
What your MOS is, what you did.
Yeah, well, that paperwork I lost.
Not where you served, but how long you served.
Yeah, that's part of it too. All of that was lost in a flood. And of course, it doesn't matter anymore. You know, I'm, 15 years into my career, and it's about it's fairly well removed from what I did in the Marines. So it doesn't matter. But you know, I try to replace all that, and it was a freaking nightmare.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, when I was in the service, the only time I could ever get my hands on my SRB was when I changed duty stations.
Yep.
If I walked into S1 and I said, "Yeah, I'd like to see my SRB," what do you want to see it for?
Yep. I tell you what, man, I tried to pull my DD-214, 2 years ago. I filled out all the paperwork. I gave them all my information. And you know what I got back?
Denial
Try to
letter?
guess. Try to guess what I got back. No, it's not the denial letter. It was like, yep, he joined in 1986. He left in 1990. And that was it. Everything else was redacted. I'm pulling my own DD-214.
Well, the SRB that they had, everything was open except for the pages that covered when I was deployed over there and when I was a part of SOTG.
Yep.
Because I remember he at one point he gets to the page, he goes, you know, how do you have disciplinary measures for having your hair dyed? And I actually had to stop and explain to him that I had fallen asleep and my friends had dyed my hair. The fact that my hair was dyed wasn't the issue. It was my scalp was dyed, and that created an unsightly, to the point it was considered I was out of uniform. And he goes, "Oh, you must have been a real something." I forget what he called me, but it was an insult.
Yeah. I tell you what, man, I will give you all of my information. Go try to pull my information up.
Oh, no. That means I'd have to go somewhere close to the VA, and I don't want to be anywhere near the VA. I have not even thought about going near the VA in the last 3 years.
You couldn't pay me to go to the VA.
Oh, I won't go, dude. No.
Nope. Just nope.
With all the stuff that they have going on, no. I like having my concealed carry license.
Exactly. You go to the VA and say, yep, this is my... And your social is what's on your dog tags.
I think they went back to service numbers again, didn't they?
Yeah.
I never understood why we went to freaking just having our social open the way we did for, what was it, almost a decade?
In 86, it was your social.
Yeah,
that
well,
was
it was that way all the way until, I think, 2000.
Yeah.
I remember guys who wanted to make sure that their property never got lost would like have their social scrawled across their CDs.
Yep.
I look back at that now and I'm like, oh my god, dude, just like begging for identity theft. And the Marine Corps had you running around putting your social on every other thing if you weren't just stenciling your name onto it.
Yeah. So like I said, I'll give you my social. I'll give you anything you want to know about me. Look it up and tell me what you can find.
That's all right, dude. Like I said, I don't even want to call Kansas City up and request anything. The last time I tried was I wanted to replace my DD-214 because if I could present that with the training that I had, the state wasn't going to require that I take the the concealed carry class.
Yep.
They gave me 2 days of the runaround, and I went, you know what? For this much hassle, I'll pay the $65 plus the $10 range fee and be done with it.
Yep.
It's 8 hours out of my life. Considering what I do as my career, and every 6 months I have to go to an 8-hour-long class on the weekends, who gives a crap?
The last time I ever had to give my social and my DD, my military ID, was when I applied to go to work for L3.
I think the only time I ever fill out my social anymore is when it's on some bank form or tax forms.
And you can't not do it. You can't not do it with bank forms or anything. Hell, just getting satellite TV. Satellite TV. Go to HBO or not HBO. You know what I'm saying? Cable or satellite TV. You cannot get registered with them without your social.
Well, I've been a DirecTV customer for, oh God, since '99. I don't think I have to worry about that.
Yeah, I know. But try to do it today.
That's all right. I'll take your word on it. I try to deal with that stuff as little as possible.
Gotcha, brother. I'm really, really tired and been drinking, so.
Yeah, it's about time. It's like 6:45 on my side of the world.
Same here. Going to bed, going to sleep. Just don't think I'm that damn stupid all the time.
Nah, you said the magic words. Been drinking. I'm out of sync, man. That's the reason why my brain's all over the place. Like I said, I'm usually crashed out by 9 or 10 o'clock. I'm not used to staying up through the night.
I am, but it's getting harder.
Yeah, I don't know. I still have that occasion where it's just easy as pie to stay up way too late, and then I'm all messed up. But yeah, staying up all through the night, just yeah.
Just going to tell you, Julia's going to be popping up here in about an hour, 2 hours. She makes more sense than I do.
Well, I've only spoken to her, those 2 different chats. That's the only interaction I've ever had with her. I'm usually not around for TR's chats because that's on Sunday nights?
Yeah.
And I'm usually either off doing my own thing or I'm out in the freaking woods or I'm setting up game cameras, checking out game cameras, looking at new freaking areas for hunting.
Keep me real, man.
Oh, well, I think you're right, though, man. I think it's time to call it a night or a morning.
Yep. Yep, it's night. It's time to go to bed.
All right, brother. You take her easy.
You too, brother.